what's going on? I find my pawn here, and welcome back to Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. Since we last left off, if I do recall correctly, we tried to deal with the Necromancer, but ultimately he ended up getting himself killed for one reason or another, and it certainly resulted in some interesting prospects. Ultimately, we managed to get his gear, we got a new summoning spell in the form of skeletons, and overall, it was just interesting, to say the least. For this stream, what we're going to be doing is we are probably going to be obtaining more quests here and there. It's not going to be a rush job like we usually do, but if we get them, we get them. If not, well, there's plenty more of the continent to explore. But ultimately, what we're going to do today is we are going to finally unlock those gauntlets and get them working. But I digress. Without further ado, let's get into things and see what happens. Alright, where is my save? It's here. There we go. As you can imagine, I've been playing a lot in my free time. So I'm learning more about the game, whether I like to or not, but it's interesting. It's fun. Alright. Let's see, what have we got? We've got the wooden shield with the starborn egg. We are going to want to replace that eventually, I'm thinking, because it only affects the shield.
Always good to have a little rest.
Which is a offhanded attack, technically. Well, I guess it's a parry, so it don't matter. Alright. How is our skills currently? I want to currently check my character's stats. Here we go. Nope, not status, attributes. Here we go. Oh, wait, hold on. I loaded up the wrong save. 1 second. Yes, we need stream 3 specifically. That is my mistake. Oopsie. Well, that's fine. We managed to get to actual save that we needed it to, so it's good. Alright, so here we are. Here's our character. Our attributes are currently at 4. We still need 2 more in order to reach the 6 milestone, which is key for the gauntlets that we've got here. But once we get them, and they'll be very useful to us. But we've taken care of the Necromancer, so that's another bit of experience. So once we turn in that quest, that's going to push us slightly over the edge, I would hope. But until then, let's bolt out. See ya. Yeah, let's just let them do their thing. Nice try. Okay. There you go. I'm getting really good at attacking at the very least. Nice try. Okay, let's back off a little bit, get some distance here, so that way we can regenerate our armors. Alright. Let's do. 3. Oh, hello. try. Ow. Okay, let's see. Healing. Health potions. Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Go down. There we go. Got him. Took a bit, but we managed to do it. Grab that claw. Grab the bones. Ooh. Dangerous bloody enemies, that's for sure. Alright, let's get that level up. So we're halfway to the required level that we need in order to get that gauntlet. Really what we should have done is we should have held back on the endurance, but I didn't know about the gauntlets at the time. I was just sort of winging it, so... Alas, we'll be fine. Let's see, what can we do here? Increase physical damage by 2 for each point of your weapon's weight. We don't really have that just yet, so we'll leave that alone. I guess the shield technically counts as a weapon in a weird sort of way. But we don't need that just yet. Alright. What we can do now is we can go back over here, and we can start marching our way across in order to procure more gains. I'm going to save here, though. Under Stream 4, I believe. Yeah, we loaded up Stream 3 there. Yeah. Nice try. I guess we didn't really need heal, but whatever. Okay. Alright. Oh, another. Ow. Okay, down a crab. There you go. Alright. And just casually punch them like that. There we go. That was a bit rough, but otherwise we did quite well. Alright. Not bad at all. We just beat them to an inch of their life. Alright, so, let's save. Because we're doing quite well, all things considering. I guess the big thing is we gotta deal with the wolf shrine here. Alright, in order to do that, we need 5 wolf claws, and we get 90 sneak attack. As of right now, we should probably set up some health potions here. If only to keep ourselves healed up. We are going to need some dexterity and perception in order to wear the Revenant's Cowl properly, but that's fine. We'll worry about that once we got the Rex for the Gauntlets going. Alright, I guess I'll deal with these. Ow! Okay, yeah, no, that's not surprising. Goes to show that the hardest difficulty is no joke, and you gotta play it safe. Ah well. Oh, hello. We want to avoid the bear because he's a bit too dangerous for us, if I'm going to be honest with you. We'll save here. And let's go deal with these guys.
My sword. I will be your blow for blow. You're no match for me.
Ow.
I see fear in your eyes.
Missed a chance to,
Your armor won't save you. I'll strike you down.
Nice try.
Show me what you are made of.
Alright. Alright, there we go.
I will be your downfall.
There we go. Ow. Okay. Let's wait and recover. I thought I, had healing, but I guess not.
Back to your hovel, coward!
Your armor won't save you.
I see fear in your eyes.
Alright, there we go.
You'll pay for that insult!
Your armor won't save you.
Back!
There we go, that's another.
You're no match for me.
Oh, are you kidding? Okay, yeah, no, skeletons, not fun.
I see fear in your eyes.
Naturally.
You'll fall to my sword.
Okay.
Back to your hovel,
Okay. That's one. Okay. There we go. Now for you.
I'll strike you down. I will be your downfall.
Okay.
Your armor won't save you. Your armor won't save you. I see fear in your eyes.
There we go. Got it.
You are nothing but a...
Okay.
I'll get you back tenfold.
Yeah, sure you will. There we go. Took a bit, but we managed to do it. I just had to really lock in there. We're just gonna grab everything that we can here. Let's just ignore the armor, though, specifically. Other than that, we're pretty good on our beatdowns here. I'll ignore the spiked mace, because that doesn't really go for much, don't believe. We'll get the iron ore. Huh. It's always a endurance match with enemies at this stage. Soon it will not be, but you'll come to understand that soon enough, I'm sure. So as of right now, we're doing quite well, I would argue. We will save here. Grab everything here. Alright, so far so good. We ignore the bear because that enemy is a bit too difficult for us. And we'll take out the deer. There we go. That's another antler fragment. And we're just going to take advantage of block, essentially. And we should be good. Okay, so there's this thing. Yeah, just avoid it. Because it will blow up. There is no in-between on what it does. It just blows up. So if you do engage it, just don't... try not to. Or better yet, just make sure you're aware that it's going to explode and just avoid it as much as you can. Ah, these guys.
There is no me. There is...
So these guys, they're a bit interesting to say the least. I'll be honest. Through my entire playthrough, I have not been through these gates. I assume you get it. You can explore it once you Yeah, no, I assume you can go into those areas eventually when you do once you obtain Arthur's sword. So once you reach a certain threshold, you should be good to go in those areas. Yeah, just avoid those guys and you should be fine. Hello. Ow. Okay, yeah, no, let's back away from the Grindley Lows. They're a bit too annoying for us. Until we do more damage, they're just not a realistic target for us. At the very least, we regenerate stamina quickly, so it's not a huge deal. But yeah. Avoiding them is probably the smartest choice. is what I would say if they didn't keep chasing me. No biggie. No biggie. Alright. Okay, yeah, no, they're continuing to chase us, so we gotta be very quick on our feet here. So we're just gonna drop down here. And with that, they're going to get confused and they'll lose track of us. They're disappearing, essentially. Okay. I guess we'll go over here. See what's his face over here. And go from there. I've dealt with the Necromancer.
And?
He won't be raising any more dead at the very least.
Your secrecy doesn't exactly inspire trust, you know. But I have no choice but to take your word for it. You can report back to the quartermaster that the job's done. But if the necromancer ever shows up to stir trouble again, it'll be your head. Since you've proven you're brave enough to face the undead, I take it you're not afraid of the night either, are you?
Oh. Of course not. Why?
I might have another job for you if you're interested.
Oh.
A little while ago, another traveler came through here bragging that he found a place where he could easily gather ethereal cobwebs. He was supposed to return with proof, but, well, I'm afraid he may have met an unfortunate end, as often happens. But I'm still curious about the place he mentioned.
Traveler, who was he?
It's just a stranger who wanted to share the fire for a while. I never ask his name. I didn't see the point. There are those on Avalon who love the thrill of braving the night. They don't usually live very long. I think he mistook me for a kindred spirit.
Can't you go and... well... Sure, I'll let you know what I find. I already know what ethereal cobwebs are. They're essentially the things that you toss into fires. But you know what? I'm curious. What are ethereal cobwebs anyways?
When you wander through the weirdness and observe the creatures it has altered, you'll notice a strange substance covering them. That's ethereal cobweb. But no one knows where it comes from. Although some scholars suspect it's the weirdness in its tangible form. I thought it could only be harvested from the bodies of those changed by the weirdness. But if that traveler was right, then there might be an easier way.
Alright. What do you need it for?
Or to build a weirdness-repelling fire, of course. Look, if you're ever out at night with no safe place to shelter, ethereal cobwebs can save your life. It's like a temporary personal menhir.
Alright, sure. I'll let you know what I find.
That's good. Hand me a map. I don't know the exact location, but you should find it in this area. Good luck.
Alright, I think I know the area he's talking about. So we may as well do it. Yeah, no, I figured. It'd be over here. So over there is essentially like some sort of like... well, I guess I could just show you, because we're going there right now. No harm in it, that's for sure. It is getting late, so we can expect the nighttime to hit us in the face if we're not careful. I mean, that's just par for the course, isn't it? Okay. Harvest some weird stone ore. Honestly, I haven't yet... I don't think I've found a reason to use Wordstone ore, but it is still there, so I assume there is some use to it. Okay, so there is an enemy up here that is rather dangerous. I'm not sure if we'll be able to handle it, but I will try. Oh. Well, yeah. The game's like that. Sometimes it happens. Okay. I guess the best thing we can do is ignore these guys and run up this area here. Here we go. I guess we'll quickly break some lockpicks just to increase our experience here for theft. We can go until we hit 20 lockpicks, I suppose. I'm just going to quickly do this in order to get some experience. You never know, it can be very useful, so... And hey, if we're lucky, we'll have the experience necessary in order to get the unarmed thing up. So all the better. Alright, 10 more. Alright. And this is the last one. There we go. Bingo. And we get an incandescent pearl. We will save here. How's our experience? We're almost there at level 12, so that's good. We've saved. So now it's going to be the difficult part. Okay. Ow. Yeah, so that guy, dangerous foe, to say the least. I might actually load because I don't want to fall, if I can help it. Yeah, dangerous foe. But yeah. Shouldn't be impossible to take out, considering his health is whittling down, like, quickly like that, so... We just have to play it safe. That's all. Alright, nearly. Got him. Whew. Flame turret, traveler pants and boots, and we got a villager shirt, which we don't need. There we go. Ethereal cobwebs in some sort of, thing. Okay, we'll pop down here to grab the word stone. Other than that, it seems like we found what we came here for, which is nice. That'll get us some experience. And because we got some specialty leggings and boots, we can now move much faster into darkness, which is going to be convenient for us. So that's going to give us some insane movement speed, specifically 15 movement, so that's good. Let's see. We don't need to worry about encumbrance limits, so no need to worry about that. We'll keep the stamina boost. We don't need the necromancer robes or mask. Alright. And with that, we can now head back. After all, we got what we came here for, which was the bits and bobs here. And I guess we can use this route. There's no harm in it. I'll quickly grab some copper while we're at it, though. Might as well grab whatever copper we can as well. Oh, those things. We want to run immensely fast. Yeah, those things are no joke. There we go. I'm specifically avoiding them this way because it just gets safer. Hey, I found a place you mentioned. It's true. You can harvest cobwebs there.
Oh, that's good news. When the keepers are allowed to leave the walls again, I have to organize a small party to stock up. And what about the traveler I mentioned? Was he...
Dead?
Yeah, just as I thought. Well, may he finally rest in peace. Thank you. Huh. I hadn't thought about a reward for you. But I do have some information that's worth more than anything else I could give. A few nights ago, I spotted a weird ear near the old ruined Brock. I had it in my sights, arrow notched and ready, when a wolf attacked me. By the time I dealt with that, the weird ear had vanished. It's yours, if you can catch it.
You don't want it for yourself. Oh. Why would I want it first?
Weird ears are rare and valuable, not just in gold. Their hide is incredibly tough and has natural magical properties. That's not all. Their antlers make perfect handles for knives, and you can even craft arrowheads from their bones. Nothing goes to waste. Well, except the meat. I'm not saying you couldn't make a stew out of it, but you wouldn't want to start growing antlers yourself, would you?
You don't want it for yourself?
I do. But the wolf tore a chunk out of my leg, and the wound's still healing. I'd rather not risk another nocturnal hunt when I'm not at full strength. Weird ears are skittish creatures. By the time I'm back on my feet, they'd probably be long gone.
Thanks for the tip.
You're welcome. And good hunting.
Alright. Alright, grab those. It appears that we've got ourselves a hunt on our hands. Hunt for the weird deer. We won't be able to hunt it just yet, but it is good to know that there are some quests that do pop up if you take the time to look for it. Let's see. Let's sell some things, because I know for a fact that we got some things that we can sell. Do we need a torch? Not really. We've got 2 fishing rods. We'll sell 1. Sell 2 to longbows. We don't need the wooden ones, at the very least. Keep the special ammunition there. We only need 2 burning embers, so we'll sell 1. Sell the torn keeper pants, leather boots, nobleman's thing. Golden ring can go. Barrel charm is probably going to be our best friend for a while, so we'll equip that onto our shield when we get a chance. Got a whole bunch of cooked food that we can procure and use. And of course, we got this, which is Morgaine's sensor. We can use that in a moment, so I'm going to actually use that in a sec. Let's see. What I will do is I will buy the Tanner's Trade Hide and Leather. Do we have Death from Afar? We got the Art of Making Arrows, but not Death from Afar. We'll buy both, because why not? There we go. I guess I can do some cooking real quick here. We'll quickly make some cabbage rolls at the very least. And then we'll just get to random making food. There we go. That should do it. Oh, we're so close to leveling up. I guess the best thing that we can do is probably just turn in a quest. So that would probably be the smartest choice. That said, there is other ways we can procure the level up that we need. And I think it's in our best interest to actually go down to the beach to start dealing with some drowners. Forge around. Is what I would say if the Sunken Village didn't give us the experience that we needed. So there we go. Alright, practicality 6. And I guess we'll pump up Brawler here. There we go, that's going to increase our unarmed even further. Alright, I'm going to take these off temporarily. And then put them back on, there we go. Alright, increases unarmed damage by the amount of armor points it provides. Currently, we have 7 into the armor, so that's going to increase our damage up to 7 with unarmed blows. Now, let's test our metal. And that is why I went through the effort. Yeah, that's so much better. That is full-on damage. 3 hits just to take 1 enemy down. That's really nice. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's really good. Alright. I think we can start taking out the bosses now, so that's good. But before that, let's see. How many, I need to check to see our supplies here. Okay. Oh, we've got the antler fragments that we need. That's assuming I haven't already done this. I don't believe I have. I could be wrong, though. There we go. Yeah, no, this just made it way easier. Now we're punching with extreme extreme amounts of damage. And with the modifiers just piling on, we should be fine. I believe we prayed at Shrine of the Deer. I could be wrong, though. Ah, that thing. We want to be careful of that thing, because that could really ruin us. It won't stay right now. Thank goodness for that, but it is a danger that we will have to embrace, or deal with eventually. Alright. Alright, let's start throwing hands with the Pugilist Holm, I believe his name is. Alright, empty chest. Alright, let's take him out. Alright, save here.
Who goes there? No, you'll regret this.
Okay.
Your
Ow.
money or your life.
Okay, so yeah, no, he still one-shots me, but the damage is significantly better, as you could probably guess. We just gotta wail on him properly.
Someone's out there. Did that hurt? Good.
Okay.
Your money or your life.
Are you kidding,
I've
man?
taken down bigger foes.
Okay, so I gotta play really carefully here, so I just gotta hit him, back off. Damn. He is a dangerous foe.
Huh? Did you hear something?
Okay.
We'll make short work of you. This is my lucky day. No, you'll regret this. This is my lucky day.
Okay.
You're no match for our band.
Nice try.
This is my lucky day. This is my lucky day. Your gold belongs to us now. This is going to hurt.
Okay.
This is going to hurt. You're no match for our band.
Nice try.
Your gold belongs to us now. No, you'll regret this. Your gold belongs to us now.
Okay, recover.
Your gold belongs to us now. You're no match for our band.
Okay.
You're no match for our band.
Damn it. Okay.
Your money or your love. This is going to hurt.
Damn. Ah! Got me while I was low on stamina. Damn it. I was close, though. I just have to really time it, like... Hit, dodge, hit, dodge, hit, dodge. You really have to play it, like, very carefully with this guy.
Someone's out there.
Okay.
You'll regret this. Your wealth is ours. We'll make short work of it.
Okay.
Your gold belongs to us now. I'm not beaten yet. Your road ends here.
Okay.
You'll regret this. This is going to hurt.
Got him. Cool. That was a bit difficult, but we managed in the end. Alright. Whew. A bit of a difficult foe, but nothing that's impossible to deal with, at very least. Whew. You really have to lock in because of the difficulty, but it's fun when you actually hit the victory, though, so that's good. Anything up here? Yeah, we got a few things here and there. Nothing too crazy. What we're definitely going to need is a whole bunch of healing. I think in our best interest, Toothache Remedy is actually going to be really good for us. But we need carnations for that, so... Unfortunately, that's off the table because roses are next best here. There we go. We'll make a few small ones. That have to do. Tenacious Archer could get us some material, but no need. Alright. But yeah, no, it's just basically, you gotta play it safe when you're dealing with the enemy at this point, so... We'll get there eventually where we'll just haymaker somebody and just deal astronomical amounts of damage. It's just going to take time. So for now, it's not yet the time that we'll get that sort of firepower, but soon. There we go. Let's save here. Although, then again, I did fight him at nighttime, so... That might also be a reason that he was harder than expected. Could be wrong, though. Could be.
I'm not giving up.
Okay. Got him. Hey. Aha. Alright. Alright, so now we've got to deal with this knight fella.
Remain vigilant.
Hello. I'll take that rusty knight breastplate just in case. What's the weight on that? That is 7 pounds. No, it's actually 6 pounds, rather. But it is 150 gold, so I suppose that's fair. Alright, save. If I don't need it that desperately, I'll just get it in due time.
No one sneaks up on me.
This is my lucky day.
Show me
There we
what
go.
you're made of.
Or you'll have your head on a pike.
You're no match for me.
Okay.
Your wealth is ours.
I will be
try.
your downfall.
You'll regret this.
I'll strike you down.
Your road ends here.
Nice try. Piercing Ember. Looter's masks are pretty useless. I will take one all the same, but we don't really need looter masks. Or rather, we don't need looter masks because they only sell for like 20 gold, I believe, which is pretty subpar, all things considering. We'll go up here. There we go, pop that open. Nice. Alright, we're slowly gonna progress forward. Should be able to reach the enemy in due time. Hello.
Keep your wits about you. Your gold belongs to us now.
I will.
Okay, Rusty Argale is here.
Your wealth is ours.
Ow! Okay, I guess somebody likes throwing things. That's fun. Oh well, I'm not too surprised. Alright.
Someone's out there. Your gold belongs to us. You'll regret this.
Okay.
Your money or your life.
Okay, so it's an archer that's causing us ruckus.
Your money or your life. Your money or your life. You survived that.
Got one of them. Because we marched off far enough, we actually don't need to worry about the enemy, because they just run back to their positions. Which is good for us, but not so good when we're trying to deal with the enemy. Okay.
I'll have your head on a pike.
Your wealth is ours.
Say your prayers.
Ow.
Ha! That's all you've got. Your road ends here.
There we go. Got him. Alright, there we go. And that just leaves the archer back there. Which is an easy target, really.
Remain vigilant.
Yeah. Okay, we're a little overweight. That's to be expected, given we've been taking a whole bunch of stuff. Armor-wise, we just dropped the Rusty Knight thing. That should be good. Decreases stamina cost of dashes by... while with a bow equipped. That's okay. Not good enough. Let's see, what else we got? We've got the Shadow Blade, a Bone Club, which is At the very least, we got a bunch of stealth stuff, so that's good. Okay. It seems like there's some enemies down the bottom. Don't need to worry about them just yet, but they are there. I'll just grab everything. We'll sort out our weight issue in a moment. Take that potato. Oh, okay. There we go, got it. Oh, I accidentally picked up that shovel, as well as that plate. Alright, drop the plates, and drop the shovel. There we go. We only need one shovel for our purposes. This poor dude got mauled. There we go. That's some potions. Increase critical chance by 5%. That's actually pretty good. It's better than the max stamina increase, so we'll wear that instead. Because the crit chance, it'll help us deal more... It'll overall help us deal more damage with melee crits, so that's good. Oh, hold on, what's this? Oh, right, over-encumbered, right. We're up to 31 pound. Not too surprising. Drop the mug. Go. Alright. And I guess that's that, gear-wise. Or what they had around here. We will convert all that food stuff into... Well, obviously we just convert it. And it will be used for other things. Alright. Make a whole bunch of undercooked and tasty foods. There we go. That will bring our weight down to 28, so we need to reduce it down a little bit more. We will drop the short bow and the light bow, and that will be the weights handled. What we'll do now is go back to the horns, go sell our haul, go turn in some quests, and we should be good. Do that heal thing there. Alright, let's go turn in some quests and be done with it. That guy's still sleeping on a job, I can see. We'll start with her. We will sell some stuff here. That's gonna get us some nice cash. Okay. Hunting trousers, yeah, no, we're fine. Okay, keep those. Oh, we don't need to worry about movement speed, so we'll sell that. Yeah, so we'll sell the movement speed. We don't really need the lifesteal. Fireball we'll keep in a dangerous situation. We'll sell that. Don't really need the mana. We can sell these. We don't need the 25%ers. 75% is fine. We can sell the stomach acid, because that's not really that great. We will sell these. We don't really need them. Okay, we'll sell these. Alright. Before we go further, I am going to go into here. Use that. There we go. That's going to give us 5 additional mana to work with. Hello.
Please, stay.
Collecting bounties for
Really?
bandits.
You fought.
Alright, and the
Oh.
bandit leaders. I've taken care of Rusty Argale.
You managed to kill Rusty Argo? Well, well. A few months back, he supposedly took out a high-ranking red priest. So the big shots of Camelot were eager to see him dead. But it was you who finally pulled it off. And from what I hear, he was a tough bastard, surrounded by a gang of killers. Congratulations, and here's your reward.
Nice. I've also taken care of Fingerless Colm.
That's the carcass of Fingerless Comb, isn't it? They've been hunting him for the slaughter of 2 keepers, and now they finally got him. Well, you have. Here's your reward.
Alright.
Go, the hunt. Go chop up.
And for our troubles, we get a whole bunch of experience and a bunch of coins. So, can't complain there, that's for sure. And we could talk with him, but I'm going to hold off for a moment, because I'm more focused on this. So, alright. About the Forgotten Cemetery.
Yes? Did you find out what's been happening out there?
A necromancer was conducting experiments in the cemetery. He's not a problem anymore.
Great. A necromancer. Just what we needed. It wasn't the Dark Druid from the legends, was it?
No.
Good thing you got rid of him then. We already have the Dalriada almost on our doorstep. We don't need an army of the undead to boot. You did well. Maybe it's not so bad having you here.
I've also got a few other tags.
You know where to find me if you come across any more.
Yeah. I'd also like to speak with the captain, now I've proven myself.
Hmm?
I mean, I solved the problem at the cemetery for you, after all.
You've done your part in proving your worth. All right. You deserve the truth. You won't find the captain at the Horns of the South. He ordered us to lock down the keep, and then he disappeared. I have my suspicions about where he might be, but I can't say for sure. And frankly, I hope I'm wrong.
I mean, I'll take the risk, just tell me your suspicions.
I don't like your tone, my friend. But all right. I suspect he's at the All-Mother's Temple. But I will warn you. If he's not dead already, I'm pretty sure you'll be if you decide to go there. That's where the Dalriada tribes are holed up, and they're not known for their kindness. And if you do find the captain, tell him to return to the Horns of the South as soon as possible. Galahad the Pure is already on his way, and he won't be pleased to find a bunch of keepers hiding behind the walls without their commander. We'll all face consequences if that happens.
I've talked with Orlath, by the way. Why can't she leave this place?
That's between her and the captain. Were it up to me, she'd be long gone. Her presence here distracts my men.
Right.
If you need rest, you can sleep in the barracks. It's no royal chamber, but it's better to sleep under a roof than under the stars, right? Especially in this horrible weather.
Right. So, now that we know where he is, the quest begins over here next, essentially. So we basically go through the efforts of going to the Dalriada tribes, but we're going to leave that until last, because there is a whole bunch of other quests that we can do in order to get a whole bunch of experience. Until then, I guess we can go over to the... I guess we can go check on those seeds now, because I believe that's what we're doing next. No reason to not, after all, right?
The less attention, the better.
There we go. Here's what grew out of your seeds.
Not bad. Listen, how about we grow something bigger?
Okay, sure.
Good. Now pay attention, because I won't say this twice. You're going to get us some pumpkin seeds.
Alright. So, in order to find pumpkin seeds, we need to go roughly around this area. I'm not sure where specifically, but, pumpkin seeds are over there. Alright. Before we go any further, though, there is something that I've been meaning to drink that I haven't. There we go. And I believe we could talk with one of these individuals. Hello.
Seed, leftover fish, crumbs of everyday life. I want some good seed. I'd love some good seed. Not bad seed and fish bones, bitter. Ugh, nasty. How much fish can you eat? Want good seed. Go away. Go, stupid human. Go. Why human's still here? Shoo, shoo, shoo.
You can talk?
Oh, no! Not another one! Listen, did you perhaps drink some weird concoction lately?
I did drink a potion with an unspecified effect, yes.
Humanheber, I see! I know it must be an entirely new situation for you. If you're feeling hot flashes, you should just lie down. Try to sleep. There, calm down. It'll all be better soon. Damned human.
Who are you?
What? Unless I've grown 4 arms, I should still be a chicken. What's wrong with you lot? Do you always ask such stupid questions?
What are you doing here?
Pecking, clucking. What else am I supposed to be? Pardon me, Avalonian. Quacking doing. If you want an egg, don't ask me. I'm not one of those henhouse floozies. Now get lost.
You're not one of those... What?
I'm not sure if I should. Ugh, whatever. I'm Muriel, a four-dweller covert agent among the humans. Though I've nobody left to report to. My bosses stopped contacting me a long time ago.
What was your mission?
Observe, learn, and forward intel. Spy, basically.
Did you want to destroy us?
Not at first, no. Until one human, along with a few others, decided that annihilation sounded like a good idea. The war was bloody, but you know that. You won it, in a way. Or at least that's what you think.
You were to spy on us, so there's more of you?
There used to be. But it seems I'm the only one left. Turned out that assuming the form of a chicken was not a great fit for spying. We began to disappear, one chicken after another. We lost our heads, ended up in the giant cauldron of destiny. We thought all the humans had figured us out. But then it turned out that you just wanted to fill those fat bellies of yours.
And what have you learned from your observations?
You're sad, bitter, impulsive, short-sighted, petty, and you have a penchant for self-destruction. Oh yes, And everything you touch, no matter how good, eventually turns into shit. And then you wonder why everything around you has lost all meaning. I could go on and on, but I won't. Although, perhaps that is exactly what made you seem so alluring to us. Well, one of the many bad decisions made by the Four Dwellers. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Now go away!
Right. So either I was talking to a Four Dweller or I was talking to a chicken. One of the two is true. So unless I find some more Four Dweller individuals, we aren't going to be talking with them a lot. That's for sure. Oh well. We'll go report our findings to our individual here. Might as well. Is what I would say if I could. That's a shame. We don't really need any of these, so we'll just leave them alone. Carnations would be nice, but yeah. Alright, let's go deposit the materials that we don't need into the chest. Shadow Blade multiplies sneak attack damage by 2. If you're looking for that, that's pretty good. Especially early game, no less. Put those away, because we don't really need them. Keep the shield. Let's ditch... Oh, we actually need to keep the bow. So I'm going to keep that. We can keep... Or we can put away some of the things here, can't we? Yeah, we don't need that. I'll keep the spells, because I can. Put those away. There we go. Is there any good jewels that we can take with us? Not really. Yeah, nothing really good worth taking. Okay, what we'll do now is just go over to the blacksmith here. We'll make a whole bunch of stuff to sell, more than anything. Take those mushrooms and whatnot, because why not? That'll help us. Alright, handcrafting. Well, before that, let's upgrade, because the more damage we do with our gloves, the better. Here they are. We still need meteorites, which is a rare ingredient, but necessary if we want to deal more damage. Unfortunate, but that's just how it goes. Alright, let's attach a relic then. We want to retrieve that relic in favor of getting the Feral Charm. That will increase our raw physical damage by 3%. That's better than the alternative. Before we do, actually, let's see. Yeah, that should be good. I guess we can open up the rib cage. Retrieve that relic in favor of putting it here. There we go. Increase our stamina by doing that. Can we upgrade anything here? I guess that's the question, isn't it? If we have leather, we can. We can technically get some leather. We just have to do a bit of handiwork. Here we go. Here we are. There we go. A whole bunch of leather. Now, if we upgrade... Alright. We need to get endurance if we want to increase the... Oh, right. We also need to increase our perception and... Yeah, so we need to increase dexterity and perception and endurance. So endurance is probably going to be the focal points. Then we'll increase dexterity, and then we can get Revenant Cal up, I suppose. Alternatively, we can go for whatever else, I suppose. Yeah, we just need Meteorite, really. Don't we? I would upgrade the shield, but there is no real reason to do so. I guess I can do armor weight reduction, because at the very least we don't need to worry about requirements in that case. There we go. Here we go. And I would reduce the weight of this, but it needs meteorite, so... Again, thing that requires meteorite. Unfortunately, we can't really buy meteorite, so that is off the table. But that's alright. I've kind of predicted that we won't be getting things as easily as I think that we will. That's all good. Okay. I guess in the meantime, we can see what is worth selling, if anything. I don't think there is worth anything worth selling, so... Yep. Now, all we do is just go over here. Stow everything that we don't need. Okay, keep those, keep those. This will reduce our weight significantly, so all the more reason that we're doing it. That said, we are going to need a few things here. Alright, so what we will take is going in here. We can take... Okay, so we're going to need 5 wolf claws. We've only got 1 here, so we're going to need a few more. But once we do grab those, we should be good to go. Before we go any further... I guess that guy decided to dip for a little bit. It's all good, we'll meet him later. Right. We actually need to make a few other things. Okay, handcrafting. These. We need fish. Which, again, a thing that we don't have on hand almost immediately. Yeah, it's no big deal. Okay, from here, though, I suppose we just get going. And we're just gonna make our way down here, I suppose. We're gonna need fish anyway, so there should be some spots where we can actually procure those fish. Just a matter of scaling down and going from there. Alright, so we'll talk with this guy. He's gonna get us some material, I suppose. We'll save, though, before we do. Now we're gonna get into some talking. A lot.
You're heading to the village, right? Tiernan should let you in. Take this medicine to my father, will you? Goban is a loud man. You shouldn't have trouble finding him.
Sure, I'll take it.
I can't promise that talking to him will be any fun. Come to me afterwards.
Your father lives in the village?
Ah, he used to serve too. In fact, he was the builder before me. Now he's just an old fart angry at the world. But a father is a father, right? We may hate each other, but as long as I can help him, I will. Hence the medicine.
Oh, what's wrong with your father?
If Haber doesn't know, then I don't either. So we keep trying.
Why won't Tiernan let you in?
Because he received orders not to let any keeper through without a pass. And I don't have one. I've already used mine. Guess what I used it on? That's right. Bringing medicine to my father. When that Egypt gets an order, he's like a priest who stumbled into an orgy. He's got a stick up his ass. Nothing gets through him.
Are the keepers allowed to have wives and children?
Not all keepers have been here their entire life, you know? He got me before he joined the Horns. Serves me right for wanting to find him, stupid son of a bitch. If only I knew what it would entail.
Right. Do you regret becoming keeper?
I don't know. Following my old man here was all I ever wanted. Never saw myself as anything else. Tried picturing myself as a husband, a father once. But, nah. I wouldn't know how to raise a kid. I'd just mess them up. Like father, like son, I guess.
So, can anyone become a keeper, no matter their age?
Well, no, of course not. We're not priestesses of the All-Mother. A woman can be an old crone and still devote herself to the All-Mother. But a man's got to have some fight left in him to be a keeper. Old enough to hold a sword, young enough to not break under its weight. We all got different roles around the keep, sure. But at the core, we're warriors. Don't forget that.
Why the second lighthouse?
If I had a gold coin for every time someone asked me that, I could fund the damn thing myself. Look, it's Camelot's orders. I get paid to follow them, not to question them. If they want to throw money at us to keep up appearances, that's their problem. I'm not about to stop them.
Right.
See you around.
Well, we've got another quest. Goban's Medicine. Another to add on to the many that we've got on the list. Naturally.
Oh, Mother have mercy. Not another one. If I let you pass, will you promise not to make any trouble?
I mean, I could try, but no promises.
That's just my luck. Take the post, Tiernan, they told me. You'll be looking after a village full of old farts. That's practically early retirement, they said. What a load of crap. There's always something. If it's not the deck falling apart, it's a refugee running around biting people.
What happened to the deck?
The deck? Nah, just old wood. Honestly, it's the least of my problems. But I've got no way to fix it. Dara's always busy with his lighthouse, and every time I try to do it myself, someone else needs me for something. I can't even sneak out to the tavern because last time some rich bent started complaining that everything here smells of fish. That's a seaside village. What else would it smell of?
I mean, I could help you fix the deck.
You do that? That would be a huge relief. Well, maybe not huge. There are bigger problems, but it'd be a start. Truth be told, I don't know why they want it so badly. It's for boats. No one here even uses boats. But, well, you know how it is with old folks. Once they get fixated on something, there's no point in arguing. I'd pay if I could, but this was supposed to be my job. The budget's long gone. But if you're interested, I could teach you a thing or two about home decor. Not exactly standard keeper knowledge, but, well, we all have our secrets.
You're into home decor.
Surprised? Can't blame you. This might sound odd coming from someone stationed in a glorified fish bucket, but I've got a thing for furniture. The only thing more mismatched than the barracks around here is my career choice. Yeah, I like imagining places where things fit. Where chairs don't wobble, tables don't look like someone hacked them together with a dull axe, and beds. Well, beds don't feel like they're plotting your murder while you sleep.
I wouldn't have guessed you were into furniture.
Not exactly a secret I broadcast. Most folks see me as Tiernan the Grumbler. But hey, we've all got something that keeps us sane, right? Mine just happens to be daydreaming about nicer chairs.
You said a refugee is biting people.
Well, to be fair, he only bit one person. But it was a keeper. I know Mahone can be a piece of shit sometimes, but gods. Now both of them are sick, and Haber's got no clue what's wrong. Which is the only reason that refugee isn't dead. Yet. So, he's sitting in a cage. His wife's crying all day, and everyone's pissed. Meanwhile, I'm stuck.
Thank you for the follow, Brilliance44. Much appreciated. Tell me more about that rich bint you mentioned.
Oh, she's a real piece of work, that one. Her name's Lady Elisa. Something. I don't remember. She came here with her husband. Poor man. I never heard him get a word in. You know, sometimes I regret not getting married. But if I had a wife like her, I'd just end up being a keeper all over again.
Maybe this isn't the job for you.
No need to tell me that. But I can't just go back to patrolling the walls. I'd be a laughingstock. I'd rather sit here and hope everything works itself out. I mean, everyone's gotta die someday, right? So whether it's me or them, at least my problems will be over.
Has anything else happened recently?
No, not really. Fortunately.
Alright, cool. So if you're looking for furniture, this guy basically sells a whole bunch of it. Once you do eventually get a house, this is probably the guy that you're going to want to talk with in order to get a whole bunch of stuff. Not necessarily the thing that you can, well, you could probably buy a whole bunch of it. I'm not really, I haven't really dabbled in the home decor thing yet, so I couldn't tell you what can be done with it. But I assume there's a lot. Alright, but we've got a whole bunch of quests ahead of us, so that'll be fun. There's also a few nodes of copper that you can quickly grab here. Nothing too crazy, it's just stuff here and there that'll help you go through. It'll just help. But before we do, we will go here, grab that. That's going to get us a whole bunch of experience. For free, no less. We'll save here. And let's get to talking.
What do you want? To gawk at the beast? Well, I'll have to disappoint you. My Cole is not the monster you all believe him to be.
Has something happened?
So you really don't know? If you're not from here, I'm not sure what could have brought you to this hellhole, but you have my sympathies. Just know that Cole isn't like that. Something is poisoning his mind and soul. I don't know what it is, or why it happened to Cole, but now we're all at the mercy of those damned keepers.
Tell me more about what happened.
One evening there was a quarrel between our group, the villagers, and one of the keepers. They'd had a bit too much to drink and let some comments slip. They hurled insults at us, saying there's no place for us here, that we should just get the hell out of here because things are hard for everyone. Hard? Sure. I bet that bunch of wimps wouldn't last a week outside. All they do is sit in that keep of theirs, thinking they're the defenders of justice.
Okay, what happened next?
Well, Cole went mad. I've never seen him like that before. He attacked that keeper and bit him. It was serious, but the keeper survived. If it weren't for the other men from the village, things could have ended very differently. Afterwards, they chained Cole up and locked him in a cage. His condition started to worsen. They said a monster like him doesn't deserve a jail cell. Jail cells are for humans. Bastards.
They didn't kill him on the spot after something like that.
Surprising, isn't it? It seems that Quartermaster Fergus banned any kind of vigilante behaviour. And the local healer said he wants to make sure whatever made Cole this way isn't contagious. So as long as that question remains unanswered, we're at a standstill. But honestly, if anything happens to that keeper, I have no doubt Cole will be killed and will be thrown out of the keep.
When did Cole start feeling this?
This might sound silly, but before we reached the keep, we came near a strange structure. The locals call it the Arch Spire. In the morning, we realised everyone had a strange dream, but it was a little different for each of us. Cole started acting weird after that, and in time, it only got worse.
Did he tell you what his dream was about?
No, only that, well, it didn't make much sense, but he was convinced that something bit him. He kept checking. It must have been some bug. Something changed by the weirdness. That must have caused his fever, his insanity.
Can you describe how the evening went before the night you had the dream?
Well, it was pretty typical. We started a fire and threw some cobwebs into it. Frang brought them back from one of his treks. That boy could always find them somehow. It was our protection from the night and the weirdness. Ellis was on watch that day, but from what he told us, he eventually fell asleep. We were lucky no one slit our throats.
What was your dream about?
I was in a strange place. Dark. Full of fog. Eerie. I was trying to find him. I called out, but no one answered. I was alone in the night, and then I kept falling, and falling, and falling. And then I woke up.
Where was your camp?
We set up camp near the Arch Spire. We hoped that bandits wouldn't dare to venture into a place like that. Well, now I know why we could have been right. With everything that's been happening lately, I'm ready to believe in every strange thing in this world.
I see. Hello, Cole. Can you hear me? You need anything? Nothing. Okay. Awkward, but okay. Oh, right. By the way, one of the keepers gave me these flowers. Said it was a gesture of solidarity within your group.
What? What? How dare you? Do you know the meaning of those flowers in that configuration?
Not what he wants to convey, I assume.
Revenge. Revenge, deception, and death. There's nothing nice about it, and I don't know if he did it on purpose or if he's just an idiot. But trust me, it's not a nice gesture.
If I knew what they meant, I wouldn't have given them to you.
Thank you. For them. You are from nowhere, just like me. That's why I believe you. Take those flowers away, burn them, throw them in a cauldron, whatever. I don't want to look at them. Be careful out there.
Alright, I'll go tell him of that situation. At the very least, it's worth confronting and figuring it out. Might as well, right? I'm sure he'll try and fix things. If he tries. That's assuming it wasn't intentional. We'll figure it out. Bertries wasn't happy about your flowers.
So the bitch understood the meaning, yes? I'm glad. They should all be scared shitless. Even more so after Cole got what he deserved.
Was that what you planned from the beginning?
Congratulations on your powers of observation. Those vagrants should know that since they live on our dime, they also live by our mercy. I can do anything to them, and they can't do shit. My plan was perfect.
That's sick.
It's necessary. And I don't have to explain myself to you. You're from nowhere. So, you're nobody. Become a keeper, and you'll have the right to punch me in the face. But, as it is, you'd only get thrown in jail for starting a fight with a keeper. The refugees are a tumour on the healthy body of the Horns of the South. Remember this, and make wise decisions.
Oh, I've gotta punch him now. He deserves it. Oh. I'll be sure to heed that when I do eventually become a keeper, if at all. Alright, but in the meantime, what we will need to do is we will need to get a whole bunch of wood, so we're going to quickly go into our stash here and grab what we can. Here we are. 18 wood. Take that. And how much wood have we got now? 91. It's enough to get one of the jobs done at the very least. That's good. Well, what a rude individual. Oh, I'm definitely throwing that haymaker. I'm definitely throwing it.
I hope Kate isn't making Morris do anything horrible. Do you need help settling in, dear? This isn't the best day to start a new life in this place, but we don't always get to choose, do we? What a nasty business with that boy. I'm almost glad my Morris isn't here for this. He's such a bleeding heart.
What happened with that boy you mentioned?
Oh, I'm not sure, love. I don't move around too much. I just heard about that fight with the road keeper, and now poor Cole's locked up in a cage. Him and Patrice make such a lovely young couple. They remind me of Morris and me when we were their age.
I'm not a refugee. I just have some business to keep.
I'm sorry, dear. I hope I didn't offend you. I'm still not used to all this. You see, I was born in Little Grove and thought I would live out the rest of my life there. Working in the orchards in the mornings and drinking warm cider with my beloved in the evenings. We never wanted to see the world. I guess sometimes the world doesn't give us a choice, does it?
Yeah. Avalon's a harsh land.
That's what people say, but I never agreed. I weathered many storms with my Morris, coming out stronger each time. Avalon taught us to cherish the little joys of our everyday life. Without those lessons, we wouldn't have survived what happened to our village.
What happened to you?
Little Grove was raided by bandits, a local gang that had been terrorizing the area for months, growing in numbers with each raid. Their leader, Bald Kate they called her, somehow got hold of a branding iron used to mark outlaws. After pillaging a village, she'd brand some men and women of her choosing. That way, Kate made sure nobody would ever help them, and that they'd have no choice but to turn to her if they wanted to survive. My Morris used to be a skilled tanner. I guess that's why she picked him.
It's a brutal but efficient... Well, Brutal but efficient way of recruitment.
It is, isn't it? Kate is nothing if not resourceful. It's a shame she doesn't put that talent into helping people instead of hurting them.
Where's your husband now?
I don't know. The keeper at the gate turned Morris away because of the brand on his face. I would have left with him, but I was sick and exhausted from the journey, so I promised to join him when I got better. Except now, I've no idea where to find him.
Do you know where he might have gone?
No. He only promised that he'd find somewhere safe, but I'm not sure if there is any such place left in the south.
I'll keep an eye out for your husband.
Oh, Mother bless you, my dear. That's all I could ask for. Please, let me know as soon as you learn anything.
Will do, will do. What's it like living here?
At first, it wasn't so bad. But now it gets worse every day. We just sit around here, doing nothing. Don't get me wrong, we have food, we have a roof over our heads, and we're grateful for that. But no one trusts us enough to let us do any work. None of us wants to be a freeloader, as they call us. I wouldn't mind a task or two to earn my keep and to take my mind off my troubles. I might not be all hale and hearty, but I've still got two good hands, which is more than you can say about some of the codgers living here.
I heard you all had a strange dream. Or, oh, all of you had a strange dream some time ago.
A dream? Oh, yes. There was one, but I don't quite remember what it was about. I'm sorry, dear.
It's quite alright. Alright, that's another quest on top of everything that we're doing. A few things here and there, but nothing too crazy. We'll just grab these sweet teeth. Just a few things adding to the list of things that we're getting. Grab the parsley.
Wish I'd stayed asleep.
Hello.
I've already told you I'm not going anywhere. If you want something from me, then... Oh. I don't know you. I'm Dugald. You're not one of us. And you're not a local either.
You could have chosen a better time to come here. Kind of poor ambience, if you know what I mean.
Well, at least we have a roof over our heads.
How did you end up here?
My boy Frank and I came here with the others. We left our village because... we had to. Well, I had to. But Frank is a good lad, so he came with me. I took him in, you know.
Found the poor sod at the mill, sleeping in the hay. He was chilled to the bone back then, but I could tell he'd be a strong lad once he thawed out. He used to help out on the farm.
You know where he comes from?
He's young, but he already has a couple of tattoos. Tribal ones. Means he must have been cast out of the Del Rita.
At first, the people in our village gave him dirty looks. But then they realized he wasn't a bandit.
He was a good, hard-working kid. Then they started to treat him as one of their own.
Did he tell you why he was cast out?
Ah, Frank is a quiet boy, and he doesn't talk much about himself. I feel like those days with the Reader are long buried for him. Almost like he never lived them.
Where are you from?
Roscree. Few shacks and a small field of grain. I was a miller back there. My daughter married a good, hard-working man. Eventually, I gave them the mill.
Still helped around, but wanted to let the young folks learn how to work there. Then this kid, Frank, came along. Everything seemed to be going pretty well.
Something happened?
Of course, something happened. Life here can't just be bearable. Oh no. Everything has to get screwed up somehow. That's the way it goes in this cursed land. My dear Trina and her bairn. They got caught by a weird beast. I started to hit the bottle, and finally, my son-in-law kicked me out. I left Roscree, and so did Fran. He says he has some kind of life debt, and he won't leave me alone until one of us drops dead.
I'm sorry about your daughter and grandkid.
I'm sorry too.
How's life here?
To be honest, I'm a bit confused about what's going on. Usually it was me who yelled at everyone, and now I feel like a drudge. And this nasty thing with Cull. Poor lad. Shouldn't have ended like that. He and Beatrice got along very well. Let me tell you something. When I saw all these wrinklies around here, I thought this place would suit me. But then all this shit happened. I suspect we won't stay here long.
I heard you all had a strange dream some time ago.
What? Ah, yes. The people are making a fuss over nothing. A dream is just a dream. No need to dwell on it.
Alright. Well, I'm not about to push the topic. Alright, some cart. A few things here and there, nothing too crazy. Let's see.
Nothing changes. Nothing ever will.
Okay, a few things here and there. That is a firkin, apparently. I'll be honest, I didn't know what a firkin was, but I think it's like a similar to a wash basin, I believe. I could be wrong though. But yeah, things.
You need something?
Anything here? No, not really. Another wooden basin, so basically a firkin. Crates. Milk.
Each day feels
Facts,
heavier.
rates, nothing too crazy across the board. Sharpening stone. Empty sacks. Pretty barren, put simply. Alright, save here.
Something happened. Frang listens.
I heard you all had a strange dream some time ago.
Frang doesn't know dream. Frang calls them visions. And yes, Frang had one not long ago. Alone, surrounded by wolves. They were no aggressive, so Frang felt no fear. It was they who feared Frang. Then, I caught the scent of blood and followed it. But I did not reach the end. The vision stopped. Now, Frang waits for the next one, to see what's ahead.
You're not from here, are you?
I'm not from anywhere. Frang is attached to nowhere. I found a home with Dugald. I owe him a life debt.
You're from Del Rita.
Frang was never a Dolrida. Not without a name. Without a name, you are nobody in the tribe. Like me. And if that lasts too long, you must leave. I left and became Frang. Frang. A name, and not a name.
What happened?
Nothing happened to Frang. A stray, taken in by a miller. That's all.
Would you like to be a Dalriada?
Frang cannot be a Dalriada. His mother was. But the tribe decided that he was not worthy of a name. That is why he is not of the tribes.
Do you know a Dalriada named Conquer?
Mm-hmm. Conquer. Wolf. Strong. Important name. Not seen in the south for a long time. Must be dead.
What do you think of the Horns of the South?
A place without a leader. As I see it, it will finally fall apart. One way or another.
How do you know?
There are no tales about a place that survived without a strong leadership. And it's not about kings, nobleshites, or chieftains. Titles are just words that pull the wool over a man's eyes. What's needed is a strong soul with a strong name. And their names mean as much as Frang's, which is to say, nothing.
And what about the people you came here with?
Now they're a bit like Frang, strays with no home. But Reese is strong, despite what happened with Cole. Ellis, he's funny. I like him. Rawson, I know nothing about her. And Dugald, a man who became Frank's father. He has my gratitude.
How about the people living here?
Don't bother.
Right. Have you met the keepers before?
Frank never met the keepers, but the unnamed boy did. Once, a few of them, many years ago, we fought. The unnamed boy survived even though he showed fear. Shouldn't do that.
Why did the unnamed boy fight with the keepers?
The keepers approached the camp of the boy's people. But that past does not belong to Frank. I'm Frank.
I see. Alright, so now all that's left
feels heavier.
is Ellis, I suppose.
You've come to put me in the cage.
What?
Sorry. Just a bit of grim humor. You know, about what's been happening here. Such a mess, isn't it? Cola's alright, and Beatrice, what a shame. Such a fine girl. Anyway, I'm Ellis. Nice to meet you. What do you need?
I heard all of you had a strange dream some time ago.
Aye, there was a dream. Strangest bloody thing out of all the strange shite I've seen. When we woke up, we realised that every one of us had a weird night. I was out in the wild. I had this feeling like something was chasing me. But it was Col who really had it rough. Poor sod was moping around afterwards like he'd been hit by a sack of bricks.
Something about him changed.
Yes and no, to be honest. See, Col has always been quick to anger, especially when things went sour. And back then, an awful lot of things were going to shite. But this time, I don't know. It felt different. He didn't even bother chatting with Beatrice. Normally, they're a good couple. A real match, if you ask me.
Thank you for the follow, Halter Bender. Much appreciated. Did Cole tell you what that was about?
No, he didn't talk to me or anyone else in the group. Guess he didn't want us to worry. Especially his lass.
I see. That night, when you had a strange dream, you were on night watch, weren't you?
Right. I admitted to them that I'd fallen asleep. My eyelids felt like they weighed a ton, and before I knew it, I was out. Maybe it's stupid, but I had this strange feeling, like something was inviting me into that dream of me. Don't ask me why. Feels mad just talking about it now, but, well, we were all dead tired, so it's probably just that.
Frank, what can you tell me about him?
Frank? That boy is golden, I'm telling you. Smart, nice, quiet though. He keeps his head down. Only once did I see him angry, and whoa, that was something. I thought he was going to kill me on the spot. That was back on the road, right after we met. We came here later.
Frank got angry at you.
He sure did. I nicked Dugald's roast squirrel. It was the last one. Supposed to be his. But I forgot. I felt really bad about it. Normally, Dugald would tear me a new one. You know how it is. Miller's blood runs hot. But when Frank lunged at me, Dugald was speechless, completely shocked. Col had to calm Frank down. Col was a great guy.
You think he could steal?
Frank, a thief? Nah, not a chance. He's got principles. Frank's not just your regular Avalonian kid. He acts differently, like he's not from here. If they were to hang him, I'd take his place. Well, no, I wouldn't. But you know what I mean. Frank's a good one. Truly.
I see. Tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm Ellis. Goldsmithing is my life and passion. And between you and me, I feel like I'm losing my mind without it. When I hold tools and make beautiful things, it feels like I can bring some light into this wretched world. I wish I was somewhere where I could just do some goldsmithing, but I'm a bit scared. So, here I am, sitting on my ass in some village listening to waves and the screams of seagulls and old men. Nothing to write home about, even if I still had one.
What were you doing before you joined the other refugees?
I was working as a goldsmith in a group of, let's call them, business people. I was once traveling with a caravan that got attacked by him. Their chief was a smart guy. The moment he heard I was a goldsmith, he knew what to do with me. He got me converting all the jewelry they stole into new pieces. Do you want to hear what I did once?
Sure.
We went to Timberwall. The gang wanted to rob some merchant's house. We holed up in a seedy tavern and waited for the right moment. Then, one night they broke in. Came back with a whole load of trinkets. Beautiful stuff. The moment I saw it all, I instantly knew what I wanted to craft. They gave me a couple of days. I tinkered for a bit, and then, ta-da! Brand new merchandise. After I was finished, I dressed myself all nice, went to that merchant's house and went, "Good morning, kind sir. I'm a goldsmith. My work is renowned in all of Camelot. Would you be interested in what I have to offer?" You know what he said? Of course I would. That nonce bought the entire lot, even though I inflated the prices like a street peddler. And when I came back, the others couldn't believe their eyes. I thought I was gonna keel over. I miss that.
Well, that's well, interesting to say the least. But yeah, no. Every little bit of this exploration here, it's going to be a bit boring because we're going through the talking process. That's unavoidable in the circumstances here, but hey, you do what you can, can't you? But every little bit is going to help you get stronger, so that's nice. Alright, before we do anything, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to repair the docks here. Or repair the deck, rather. There we go. That's going to look nice and fancy, but it costs 50 wood to do. So it is a bit pricey on that end. And I guess we can go quickly turn that quest in. But we're going to need at least 100 more wood for the next part of this quest. Okay.
Ah, that's you. Do you need something?
I fixed the deck.
You did? I thought I heard some hammering. Oh, well, thank you for that. Truly. One less thing to worry about, right? Here, I put aside some money from my budget. You've earned it. And you have my gratitude.
Need help with anything else?
I'd ask you to fix the refugee barracks, but, well, there's no budget for making people's lives slightly less miserable. We'd have to do with something less spectacular. There are two places around here that could use some fixing up. First, there's the old gate. It used to be a proud marker for our territory. But now it's more of a sorry welcome sign. Then, there's the monument to the sea creature. It's been weathered down by the salty breeze, and honestly, it's starting to look less monumental and more pathetic. If you could restore them, it would do wonders for morale. And maybe even impress Fergus. What do you say?
I'm in.
Ah, that's the spirit. I knew I could count on you. Once those are back in shape, this place might start looking like it's cared for again.
Easily. And while it's a small payment for just doing repairs, every little bit of experience like this counts to just making this village even better. But, of course, we won't be able to benefit too much from these until, of course, we've got the wood. So, it's just going to be a constant effort of just trying to build everything back up and just keep things mended to a degree. Let me just check to see if anything's going on. Doesn't look like it, so... Yeah, I just had to check to make sure things were going on. Okay. Alright, let's save here. And talk with this dude.
Bloody hell, look at this! The old place is in a shambles. Bunch of decrepit old coots. They do nothing but shuffle around, stare at walls, and sleep under leaking roofs. Can't even hammer a nail properly. I'm telling you, if I was still working here, this place wouldn't be falling apart. Ah, but I'm not. Ah, shite. I can't even stand to look at it, let alone live here. And who are you? What you want? You another one of Durar's freeloaders?
Well, yeah, he did send me.
I bloody knew it. Retirement my arse. It's shit. Never a moment of peace. At least when I was still working, there was always something to do. Now, so, what you want?
Durag asked me to bring you your medicine.
One day, my boy got it into his stupid head that old Gaban is ill. Bullshit. They're all telling me I should do something about it, or else I'm done for. I'll be dead as a doornail in no time. Like hell I will. I'm still here, ain't I? I've served my time. I've lived me life. And now you can all kiss my ass. So there.
You don't look so good. Maybe you should do something about it?
Peace and quiet. Good one. I'll only have my peace and quiet when I'm finally dead. And that ain't gonna happen soon. At least when I'm with Finley, I don't need to listen to his nagging. Listen, they wanted Heber, that healer from the keep, to come here. He did. They wanted him to look me over. He did. Then he just threw up his hands, mumbled something to himself, and that was it. Hell, I should have been an healer. Wouldn't mind going around being a pain in everyone's arse for a living. These herbs. No idea what they're for. Heber said he doesn't know what's wrong with me. So there's no illness. I'm fit as a fiddle. Ah, good thing that at least the one guy who hangs around, Finley's the name, doesn't nag me all the time.
Dargo wanted to see you, but he didn't have a pass. I think he does care. He just can't come here.
Yeah, right. He'd better focus on his job.
Finley is your caregiver?
Why the sudden interest? Maybe if you bring me a drink, I'll humor you.
Bottoms up. We've only got one, actually. So before we do any more, we should probably actually get the liquor needed. We got 2, 3. Here's some mead. That's 4. We're probably going to need one more before we can talk with him properly and get the information we need. Flour, blueberry, milk, and wine. Okay, that's 5. There we go. We'll keep looking to get some more material, but if not, well, there you go. White buttons are always nice. Crate, cups and all that. Nothing that we need. Red bin. With a fiber, never hurt. Okay, poultry. Fish. And probably the most interesting thing, a wooden villa. If you're looking for a house, putting it lightly, this would be the place. You need 20k gold, but we don't currently have that value right now, so we're just going to be running on fumes for a while, but I digress. Finley's your caregiver?
Why the sudden interest?
Bottoms up. Take one of the spirits.
So, what was your question?
Finley is your caregiver?
Hold on. Finley is not my caregiver. He's my helper at most. Hey, first of all, I'm not a cripple who needs a decrepit dimwit running round after me. Secondly, do you know the problem with having a helper who's mute? He doesn't bloody talk. I mean, it's not all bad. At least I don't have to listen to even more bullshit. He puffs up like a marshmallow every time he tries to say something. But I don't understand shit.
So you're Darga's father?
Why all the
Alright. Take some meat.
So, what was...
You're Dara's father.
That's what he says anyway. But yeah, he's my blood. Eager like me, and look at that bulbous nose. Ain't this so much clearly mine? But I ain't gonna talk with a stranger.
Father and son together in the Horns of the South. Must be rare.
It's like half the blighters here don't have working peckers. Or they've never even touched a woman.
Tell me about your service in the Horns of the South.
What's got you?
Here. One. Again.
You
Service.
see, back in the day, being a keeper was a serious business. Now, don't even get me started. You used to come here with a mission, not to run away from your bloody mother. Nowadays, lads get brought here by their own kin when they've had enough of them, or they think the Orns can hide them from the law. No, back in my day there was none of this scum. I came here to serve. My girl cried when I left her, but I've always known this is where I wanted to be. How was I supposed to know she had a bloody bun in the oven? By the time the wean was born, I was already planning the lighthouse's construction.
Dara came here for you.
Heck knows what he came here for. That's not my problem anymore, and I don't stick my nose in anyone else's business.
You went off topic when I asked you about your service in the Horns.
You're digging a little deep, aren't you?
Here, take a wine.
So...
You went off topic.
I'm starting to like you, stranger. And trust me, it's been a long time since I liked... well, anybody. I liked me brothers in arms back in my glory days. Good lads, every damn one of them. Tough as nails. Loyal to a fault. A kind of men you'd want beside you in the darkest holes of Avalon. But they're gone now, all of them. The old captain got it in his head to send us down to rediscover some mouldy tunnels under the keep. Damn fool mission that was. We went in together, but I was the only one to come back out. I can still see all their faces when I close my eyes. A hard loss it was, but I'm still here. Oh, some days I wonder why.
Tell me more about those tunnels.
What's with all the questions?
Well, there you go.
Those tunnels, right. Well, me and the lads went down there to check if we could repurpose them under the Orns. Damn fool mission that was. But here wasn't just some empty caves. There were monsters, straight out of Age of Legends. Sick stuff. Stuff to get under your skin. Looked like... hell, memory's all twisted up now. Like a bloody nightmare mixed with shadows that don't belong. Want to know more? Speak with Fergus. He's in charge of this shit show now. Now, I propose a toast to those lost souls. This one's on me.
Your brothers in arms, may they rest in peace.
Peace, you say? Problem is, sometimes I think they never died. They haunt me in my dreams, you know? Bloody bastards. I swear I wanted to go back and retrieve their bodies. But our late captain, make Grindelows piss on his grave, forbade me from going back. Though when I drink, I usually pass out, and then I don't remember my dreams. So, I drink. My brothers deserved better.
Alright, we lost all that liquor, but we do get a new quest because of it, so that's why I went through the effort of doing that. But yeah, this game incentivizes you to talk to everybody that you can. We'll leave Mute Finley alone. We will get into quests with him eventually, but talking is not something he is known for. So, questing is not common for him specifically. Few things around here and there.
Beer from Kunacht, wine from Farshire, moonshine, only local, the best there is. And fish, lots.
Some time ago, one of the keepers left some important documents here.
No, I don't recall anything like that.
He said he left them after the last drinking bouts?
No, listen. I don't know what's going on, but I doubt any of the keepers had anything important on them. Half of them couldn't tell the quartermaster's seal from a pile of horse dung someone stepped on.
He said they should still be at the Stale Lamb Tavern.
But that means... no. Impossible. What if... Holy moonshine. I remember. Sigibald. It was Sigibald who left those documents behind. I've no idea how you found out about it. Sigi. He's dead. Taken by a fever.
I met him. He asked me to get his documents back, apparently.
Aye, of course I have. I didn't just throw them in some cabinet. I was afraid they'd fall into the wrong hands. He was a good man. I wouldn't get rid of my only memento of him. Here, after what you said, I assume you'll make good use of them. Even though I'm still not sure what to think about it. Things are getting weirder and weirder in our beloved Avalon.
Tell me more about Sigibald. What was he like?
Well, he died like he lived, with a tankard in his hand. The boys always said Sigi was a friend worth 5 others. And he was. He was a prankster like no other. Once, he slipped a rotten egg into the quartermaster's dinner. Never a dull moment with him, that's for sure.
Thanks. I need to go.
No problem. Listen, if by some miracle you really talked with Sigibald, please, give him my warm regards. I don't understand anything anymore.
Alright. And this guy, he sells just a whole bunch of stuff. There's liquor. If you're looking to buy a whole bunch of alchemy reagents, going to a tavern like this will get you the liquor you need. You could, of course, buy just stews and whatnot, but you're better off just making it personally. Well, either way, tell me about this place.
You mean the old pier? Well, first of all, it's not that old. Renadin was already the captain when it was built. Why is it called that? Don't know. Probably because of all those old folks around. A lot has been happening here lately. Plenty of new faces. I definitely can't complain. I'm finally running a proper tavern. People come and go and the regulars drink as usual, as it should be. Daddy will be proud.
Did your father also run a tavern?
Aye, not here, obviously. You won't see your old man here unless your name's Dara. Mine sent me here because he hoped I'd make something out of my life. He never wanted me to pour a beer and look at the same tired mugs day in, day out, but as it turns out, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I got mauled by a weird beast during a hunt, and after that, the captain decided I wasn't any good for active service, so he sent me here. I was bored out of my mind, and since there wasn't one here, I decided to start a tavern. At least I'm not as bored anymore.
Huh, okay. Let's talk with you next.
Who are you? Another refugee? This place is already crawling with your lot. It's like a Camelosian privy after a feast. In my day, you only saw old familiar faces round here. And maybe we didn't all love each other, but a local is a local. It was easier to share with others, even when you didn't have much.
Not a refugee.
That's so. Fine. Whatever you say. But yeah, I could see that you don't really look like one of them. Just pass them through then. Shame it had to be now. Not so long ago, we just sat down and had a drink with the rest of the lads. Now I come here alone.
Why are you sitting here alone?
I don't know. But you could put something on the table, and then maybe we can talk.
Here.
Thank you. That's better. We used to come here, the three of us. Me, Berg, and Fenley. But lately, something's gotten into Berg, and it all kinda fell apart. Hell knows what happened. One day he just stopped talking to us. We went to his house to get him, but he only cursed a blue streak at us. Say, mate, do you feel like talking to an old obla? I feel bad for him, but I've got no more patience. And Finley. Let's just say Finley's no good at this stuff.
I'll speak with Berg. Why not?
Now you're talking. Ever since he got so maudlin, Berg usually sits alone by the sea. Let me know what's wrong with him.
Alright. At least we're getting a whole slew of quests. I'm just gonna quickly investigate these. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Hello.
Excuse me, could you get me a clean glass? And I mean clean, not just wiped 3 times with a dirty rag.
I'm sorry, but who are you?
My name is Alyssa Murray, and I'm here with my husband, a very important cloth merchant. But surely you must have heard about our family.
Not to brag, but we are rather prominent. I am famed amongst Camelot's courtiers for throwing the most magnificent feasts.
What are you doing in the South?
Well, my Duncan is here on business, of course. A very important contract with the Lightkeepers. I decided to accompany him because I have never been to the South, and I've heard so much about its wild, untamed beauty. So far, it's turned out to be terribly dull. And the smell! It's like stale fish and sweat. Hopefully I don't have to suffer it much longer. Pray, tell me, do you know anyone here who would run a small errand for me?
What kind of errand?
Oh, nothing major. You see, I've had my eye on this beautiful abandoned estate overlooking the sea. It's not very far from here, but it's far enough away from all this rabble. If we stay here for a while, I need a place for myself. You understand that, right? No offense, but I can't keep living in a filthy room at an inn. When I asked the innkeeper to draw me a bath, he brought me a bucket. A bucket! Can you imagine?
I can't really think so. It kind of sounds like a terrible ordeal.
Finally, someone sympathetic to my plight. My Duncan has been heartless about it. He just keeps going on about how I was the one who wanted to come here. He told me to deal with it. Can you believe that? The nerve of the man.
Wait, does he know about your plans for the estate?
Well, what he doesn't know can't hurt him, can it? He should be glad that I can take care of myself. I'm not like the other high-born women, sitting around waiting to be handed everything on a silver platter. And besides, he knows better than to say no to me.
Can we get to the point?
Fine. The problem is that the manor appears to have some occupants, not legal ones, mind you, who need to be evicted. Forcibly, if there's no other way. You'll do it for me, won't you, dear? Splendid! I can't wait to start decorating. Maybe something nautical, to go with the sound of the waves crashing on the cliffs? Or do you think that's a trifle trite?
Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Alright, well, we're getting a whole bunch of quests, so that's good.
You remember Sewell Firstfoot's tomb?
Retired
Used to be
keepers
a
don't
popular
really have
pilgrimage
anything to say. But this does. This person does.
Hello, child. You look competent enough. I can see that you're not of noble blood. Oh, no need to tell me that. I have tutored the children of aristocrats from all over Avalon. Fortunately for you, my opinion of them is not particularly high. Oh, and you don't look like one of the locals. Are you a visitor? Or an adventurer?
Who are you?
You can talk. Now, I'm sure we'll get along. My name is Lady Elaine. I oversee the Farshire Library, the greatest collection of books in this part of Avalon.
Great to meet you. What are you doing here?
Oh, biding my time, until a brave adventurer with a death wish comes along and asks if there's anything they can help me with.
I mean, I can help you out. Tell me what you need.
Oh, surprising. I'm looking for someone who will help me find a certain artifact. So, are you interested, child?
Sounds good. What do you need me to do?
In one of my books, I found a reference to a certain object, a figure most likely, which had the ability to dispel the worriedness like a min-hair can. Apparently, it can be found on the ship called Andraste, which sank over 100 years ago somewhere in this area.
Tell me more about this book.
The Last Voyage of the Andraste by Elvis the Lightkeeper. He was one of the more notable keepers. In his waning years, he became an adjutant to Captain Lex. But it's best if you read it yourself. You can read, can't you? But just be very careful. This is a very rare publication. Read it very carefully, and after you're done, come to me, and I'll tell you more. A deal?
Fine. Could you hand me the book, my lady?
And they say young people don't want to learn anything. Come on, chop, 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 get to reading.
Alright. So, this is one of those quests where you actually have to learn. You actually have to read. So, it's kind of annoying, but it's not impossible to handle. Alright, let's see. Odd instruments, Ace, I'm trying to convince Captain Lex take chambers. Forearm figure doesn't look like that much to me, but I can change Menhir's cargo into the hold towards the Isle of the Dead and its island asylum. Okay, so the key words here are the four-armed figure, which is Menhir, the Isle of the Dead and its island asylum. The third is ragdoll, ships, huge water-flooded deck, people running around screaming, board. So the third is some sort of monster. They came another blow, this time port size, every sailor deep. Daily body gleamed before eyes at a moment. Ship was sinking. Okay. A sea monster. Okay. So the key points of this book, essentially, are the Menhir, the Isle of the Dead, and a monster, which specifically was a sea monster. And to say I was sorry with gods. Yeah. So basically those are three key things, I do believe.
And?
Yes.
Oh, splendid, splendid. Oh, it's an excellent book, don't you think? Now, let's test your reading comprehension. According to Elvis the Lightkeeper, in the mine near the Horns of the South, they found something that they took with them on the ship. Do you remember what that was, child?
Yep. A figurine of a Ford-dweller.
That's right. This is the artifact I'm looking for. One that might be vital to repelling the wordness. According to Elvis's description, the figure is smaller than a menhir, and light enough that they were able to carry it to the ship without any trouble. Were it small, it would probably have been placed in Captain Lex's quarters instead of in the hold. I've estimated it should be about 1 meter tall. Good. Next question. What was the Andraste's destination?
It was the island of Asylum, specifically.
Correct. Be very careful with what I'm about to tell you. But some believe that the Red Priests are dedicated to studying the wordness instead of the Red Death. Captain Lex must have thought they'd pay him generously for a Ford-dweller artifact. Last question. What sank the Andraste?
That would be a sea monster.
Yes. You did well, child. I can see that you were paying attention. According to Elvis, the Andraste was sunk by the legendary terror from the deep. But if you want to know more, ask your keeper friends. They should be much better informed. Now, all you need to do is find the wreck of the Andraste and retrieve the mysterious figure.
Sounds good. Where exactly did she sink?
Oh, if only I knew. It must have happened somewhere on the way between the Horns of the South and the Island Asylum. Oh, but where exactly? Fortunately, I know something that could help us. In the Horns of the South Museum, there are some extremely interesting books and documents lying around and collecting dust. Can you imagine having such treasures at hand and choosing to completely ignore them? Oh, barbarians. Among them, you'll find the Andraste's logbook, which was saved by Elvis. I've read it, of course, but I know nothing about sailing. I'm sure such a competent child as yourself will handle it much better. Go to the Horns of the South Museum, read the logbook, and then tell me whether you managed to locate the wreck of the Andraste.
Sure. Alright, but that's that. Got those guys. I don't think these guys give us a quest, so...
Oi, Noel! What if I pulled Excalibur from that stone, but it broke, but only at the tip? Would I still get to be king, or not?
You're so daft, Randall. Some magical lass living in a lake gave the king the sword when he broke his own bashing forearm skulls.
So, the one in the stone, what's that called? It's not Excalibur, is it?
Nah, the one in the stone was called, don't know. Sword in the stone, I guess.
Sod it. Whatever. So, if I pulled the sword in the stone from the, stone, and it broke, but only a little, would I still get to be king?
What? No. You'd have to pull out all of it. Only the one who pulls out the sword gets to be king, yeah? Not the one who pulls out a bit of the sword.
Wait, but if you have a sword and it breaks, do you tell everyone that you have a sword or that you have a piece of the sword? Besides, you can always take it to the smith and he can fix a new tip.
But if he fixes a new tip, it won't be the same sword.
Are you off your knocker? How's it not the same sword? So, what is it now? A ploughshare?
A shit share.
Listen, just listen to me. You've got it all wrong. You've got a sword, right? And then the tip breaks off, so you attach a new one, right? But then, let's just say it breaks again.
That's one shitty sword you have there.
Now, listen to me. Now, damn it. It breaks off, so you fix it with a new piece again. And then it happens again, and again, and again. Until you finally get yourself a whole new blade from the smith. So get this, if the whole blade was replaced, is it still the same sword?
Well, no, it isn't.
there you have it. You just need to be, what's the word? Rational.
Fine, fine. Now let's have a drink. My throat's drier than a priestess' purse.
See, now you sound rational.
What the hell? They were certainly on their rockers for something, that's for sure. Had a good boy. What a weird situation that is, huh? Alright, well, let's just go into our stash and put some stuff away, I suppose. After that, I think everybody could use a drink. Alright, let's put some these away. There we go. That will reduce the weight significantly of what we got. And let's get out of here. There's nothing really in here beyond that, so there you go. It is getting nighttime, though, so that is something worth noting. And we can't exactly talk with our companion, or we can't really talk with the fisherman out here, so I guess in the meantime, we will do some actual questing. So I guess in our, out of the choices, I guess we go over to the 1% here. That'll probably be for the best. And we can use this chance to go through the sunken village. Because there is a few things that we can do here. Oh, hi. Is what I would do, if not for the word spawn. I'll just run away. See ya. We're gonna go over to here. Oh, there's somebody over there already. And there's, we've got enough points for a bonfire upgrade, so that'll be good. Oh, hello. It's you, isn't it?
Oh, a wanderer in the sunken village. You must be lost. Back in the day, you just needed to look at the stars and you'd know where you were going. Now, even they are misplaced.
Haven't we met before? We were both prisoners on the island asylum.
Island asylum? I don't remember being there, not clearly. But when I look at your face, something stirs. Yes, I'm sure we've crossed paths before. And look at you now, out in the world, breathing the fresh air. That's something to treasure, my friend. Freedom is a gift, even when it feels heavy. Enjoy it.
Who are you?
I guess I'm just an old man listening to the sound of the sea. Every wave carries a story, you know. Some are whispers, others are roars. I like to think they're keeping me company. Long ago, I decided to wait for something to happen. So I'm waiting.
Waiting for what?
For what's ahead of me. But I can feel that it's closer than ever. Everything that's around us, it's not yet the end. And that thought really bothers me.
The monsters here don't attack you.
Monsters? I think you misunderstand. I don't see any monsters here. Only lost villagers, still clinging to their home. It's sad, but as you can see, not much depends on us. The world just keeps on happening, and you happen along with it. They were given some time which they've tried to use as much as they could. That's all. I'm glad they allow me to stay here despite what happened. I like this place.
You're not afraid of this place?
It's the cycle of life. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you're afraid, it means you're struggling with something too much, my friend. Sometimes you just need to sit and look. Watch everything turn.
I see. Tell me about the sunken village.
The sunken village was not always sunken. But one day, someone, undoubtedly important, made a decision, undoubtedly necessary, that it would be better to make it so. So the wave came and made the village into the sunken village. And its inhabitants, well, you can see for yourself.
So you're saying that someone flooded the village?
I know that some druids did it. Specific individuals, although their names have long been forgotten. This is no great mystery, my friend.
Why did the druids do this?
You'd have to ask those responsible for the flood. Who knows what's going through people's heads? Maybe someone ordered them to do it. We'll never know.
What happened to the druids responsible for the flood?
That's a good question. Maybe they burnt during the Charred Conclave. Maybe not. Nevertheless, the punishment was delivered and justice prevailed. Once again, the world was made a better place. At least that's what those who set fire to the stakes preach. All in the name of the Word.
The Red Priests are responsible for the massacre of the druids?
Among others. This wouldn't have happened if not for Camelot's desperation. Hey, many tragic decisions were made. I don't know if the word was so unambiguous or if its interpretation failed. What happened on the fields of the Charred Conclave wasn't just about the flood, my friend. It was about things and forces we don't understand.
I see. When did the flood take place?
Long ago enough for people to have no chance of discovering why it happened. And yet, recently enough that this place still reminds us of it. Now the village is what it is, and the past has washed away. At least it can still be home for them. And I'll stay and look. These are interesting times indeed.
Do you need anything?
I have everything I need. The entire world in one place. Before you go, I would like to ask you one thing. Who are you?
I don't know.
I understand. I see you. I hear you. And I have a feeling that you will find what you're looking for. Farewell. And thank you for visiting me, my friend. You can come keep me company whenever you want. The sunsets here are beautiful.
Alright. So all we're going to do here is we're just going to take those two. Taking damage increases armor by 25%. We're going to take that broken gong for future objectives. The reason I specifically said I don't know is because I decided to go with a bit of a mysterious... I decided to go with memory loss for my character. He doesn't know who he is. At least that's how I'm playing it out to be. He doesn't know who he is. He's just doing his thing. The only thing he knows is his name. And even that's, like, ambiguous at best. Put the fire here. Let's level up first. We'll talk to Arthur while we got the chance. Actually, let's hold off on the level. And let's talk with Arthur for now. Was this gong already here in your time?
Perhaps. I cannot say for certain. My memory remains too clouded. It seems familiar. I do not feel my soul bound to it. But I know our path shall lead us here, one way or another. Something lingers beyond this gate. Something ancient. That much I know. We'll find the truth soon enough.
I see. Alright, before we do anything, let's see. What is our armor value? We need dexterity and perception to unlock the Revenant's Cowl, but I think we want to upgrade our endurance first, because that'll give us a bigger bonus. So we're just going to level up our endurance up to 4. We will upgrade our perception eventually to 5, I believe. Spirituality is probably going to be our least up-touched ability. So that is something worth noting. One-handed. I guess that's a good question. Is one-handed technically unarmed? As well. Let me actually question that real quick. 1 second. Okay, let me just close that. All right. Okay, unarmed increases, okay. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really specify as the problem, so I couldn't tell you. I'm going to assume it doesn't for the sake of, just practice. I assume it's not the case, so using, one-handed is not going to get you, bonuses, essentially. So this is kind of pointless if you were to invest in this. Although, if it does reach a point where we've got points to sacrifice, I'm willing to test to see if this works. In which case, there we go, we've got even more damage available to us if it does work. But I highly doubt it's going to. We could take Iron Hands, which would deal an immense amount of damage with our first strike. Which could be, like, really good for us early with the first strike. We could also invest into parry windows, which might be good. Parry increases lifesteal by 10% for the next attack. Parry increases critical chance by 20%. So parrying is pretty good. We could go attack speed and wail on enemies much faster. That could go hard. Movement's pretty cool as well. We don't really need spirituality because that's just magic. Perception could be good because of critical hits specifically. Practicality is pretty staple. I think what we need is more defense. Because if we can block more damage, that's going to increase our survivability, I feel. Gain up to 10% damage reduction depending on your missing health. Endurance increases your melee damage by 1% per point. That's probably the most important of the lot. Increases armor weight threshold by 5%. This will basically allow us to carry heavier armor, if we want it. I'm going to go for Born in Armor, and then I'll invest into Inner Strength, most likely. I'm thinking? Deal additional 20% of your armor as damage when attacking with melee weapons. I think the best offense is actually important. So we're going to take a point in Born in Armor, and we're going to invest into the best offense. That's probably going to help our damage output significantly, so we'll invest into that, and by 2 levels we'll be dealing even more damage, so that's good. There we go. There we go. Oh god, that's a lot of enemies. There we go. Okay. Hurrah. That was troublesome, but we managed to do it in the end. Okay. Weird plasm is always nice to grab. Friendly low hammers are pointless to grab, but it's still there if we want it. There we go. Whole bunch of random assortments of loot here. Pop through here. There we go. Hey! Our punches truly are getting way better. That's good. Ow! At least we're getting healing as we go, so it's no big deal. Alright, let's save here, and let's go clear out the dangers over here. You are going to be our target. Got him. Ah. Gotcha. Ah. They stand no chance, and we're getting a ton of ethereal cobweb for our troubles, so that's nice. Alright. Can't complain. That's a good gain, that's for sure. Nothing really too important here. There is a way to get up here if you want to. I think there's like a few good things, but nothing too crazy. Nothing that will really help us, really, if we go up here, so... yeah. We'll grab it because we can. If there is anything to grab, that is. We can't really go up there the usual way, so we'll just have to go down here. Check it out as we go. I got a few things here. We'll just take the iron ore and the ancient scale. That'll increase our armor by 1 for 30 seconds. Not really useful, but it's still something, I suppose. We will make toothache remedies. There we go. Really like to make more of those, but I don't think we got the luxury for that. But we can make some bloodsucker potion. And that'll just have to be it, because we can't really make more potions without the materials necessary. Okay, we'll leave those alone. We've already checked that house, but we'll still check the various sacks and whatnot for materials. Anything here worth grabbing? Not really. Anything in here? Tongs. Take the iron ore. Take those. Iron ore. Got a casket of things. There we go. Just a random assortment of goodies. That'll help us in the future. grab the penny buttons, or white buttons. Honey, barrel. Okay, so far so good. Right. Hey. Just a one-hit KO there. Not bad. We've got a little bit of a dungeon here. It's not really a dungeon, but we'll get to this area eventually. Whether we actually go here or not is a question I will be confused about, because there might be some changes that I don't really inherently recognize at some point. But I assume this is going to be something we visit later on anyways, so that is something of something we'll get to see and learn about later. Take that iridescent pearl. Apparently we have the ability to float via that, so that's nice. We got some more athletics, never a bad thing. We'll take that gauntlets, take the salt, take those mana elixirs. Never hurts to grab. Alright, let's take these guys out. Got him. Ah. Oh, but that's good. It's nice to actually get some damage done with these gauntlets. It's been a long time coming. We needed this in order to keep going with our objectives. So as long as we're fast on the throw, we should be fine. Grab those mana elixirs. Fiber, leather. Don't need that. Boiled meat. Okay. We'll go over to here, see if there's anything worth grabbing. I don't think there would be, but, you know, you never know. Every little bit is worth exploring, even just a tiny bit. Okay. Unfortunate that some people perished here. But that's just how it goes. Okay. And we will march our way up to here, and we should be good. Hello. Hey. Didn't even throw a strike. Dang. I'll just quickly break a few locks here. At least get to 46 here. Why not, right? The experience is welcome, that's for sure. There we go, and that'll level us up. Get the Hailstone spell, which is pretty nice. Grab those, let's see. Nice. We've got this over here. Hello. Got quick gloves, and then we got thunderous great bow. I don't think we'll be able to use the great bow, but we could try. In fact, let me check that. Because we are a strength build, and I think this is... Technically, it's not strength. Fully drawn arrows cost 15 mana when hitting enemies, and deals an additional 30 damage in an area. So this technically can deal a lot of damage if you focus into strength, dexterity, and spirituality. Not exactly perfect, but it's still something. And honestly, when it comes to these sorts of things, you kind of want to have multiple varieties of combat. But considering we're going unarmed, this is probably the most unconventional method to begin with, so there you go, huh? Okay, we've got a keeper tag here. I guess this guy was just trying to help people here. Didn't work out for him, though, obviously. Oh well. Things happen. Can't be helped. But yes, that's this area dealt with. Take poultry and deer pelts. Parsley, honey, venison. Whole bunch of random stuff. A whole bunch here. Take the mead, ale, or the mug. Wine goblets. Why is there so many broken glasses? I'll drop that. We can... Yeah, I guess that's that. Let's drop the thingy here. Yeah, we don't need the glass bottle. Ancient Scale. Increase armor by 1. Yeah, it could be useful in a pinch, but not really necessary, all things considering. Go down here to see what's what. Wine and rockfish. Glass bottle. Moonshine and cider is always welcome. Liquors of that nature will always be useful. Could try and get down there. Somehow. Do I just drop down from here? There we go. Managed to jump back up. I guess you slip down here. There you go. Yeah, something, I suppose. That said, we should probably get back up there, so let's quickly make a run for it. Here we go. Boing. Let's drop down here. Go across to this side to see if there's anything worth grabbing. Alright, reinforced chests. There we go. I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised it actually worked. I was expecting it to actually backfire on me. I just swung that lockpick like crazy. Oh well. It worked out, so I'm not complaining. Grab the potatoes. Spoiled meat is always useful for alchemy reagents at the very least. Spirits and all that. Yeah. Oh, hello. Take the daffodil, the garlic, the onions. And let's climb back up here, because I do believe there is some stuff up here that we can grab. Potentially. Potentially. Is what I would say, but I don't think that's the case. Drop down here, see what's what. I guess it's a way to snipe the enemies if you want to. Quickly grab these. Alright, up we go. anything here. Supposedly there's an enemy around here. These. Okay, we can drop down to here. I suppose you could have taken the other way, but whatever. Nothing really too special around here, just a bit of things here and there. Okay, cheese. We got a fragment here, which increases max health by 10 if worn. I believe that's an amulet, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Ambergris amulet gives us an extra 10 HP. We got the old steel fang, which gives us, when we take damage, we increase our armor by 25% for 3 seconds. This could be good for defense. Not so much good beyond that point, though. Other than that, pretty useless. So yeah, we just keep going. But there is this guy, so... Boom. Easy peasy. We'll save here. And let's actually keep going. We want to keep going over to this area here, I believe. And this will light up a signal here, which will give us some more experience on top of everything. Nice. Got another area stationed here, which is the Druidic Shrine. We'll get some experience here by sacrificing some spoiled meat. Gets us the cowl, which is pretty nice. So essentially, when you're going to Druidic Shrines, you'll always get some sort of spellcasting item. I think that's the only way you're supposed to get, like, high-end, like, gear for mages. I'll be honest, mages do not receive a lot of love when it comes to, certain items. But then again, I haven't seen the full extent of them, so I could be wrong, to be fair. Mind you, that's me playing my own playthrough. And I haven't seen the full extent of what mages can get. I know they get a lot of summons, at the very least. But once you hit a certain threshold, there's no extremely powerful spells that I've seen thus far. Which is worth commenting. Haven't touched on it yet, but it's still worth noting. It's interesting, to say the least. Early game, it's especially so the case. You have to really find a, there's like one good spell among the lot.
Let your guard down.
Show me what you are made of!
There we go.
My shield is a fortress!
My arm has never failed me.
There you
You're...
There we go. This place is good for grabbing herbs at the very least. So that's nice. There is this, but it's just a small water well. It doesn't really go anywhere. There's no point in fishing around for it. There, it does appear to be some stuff here. Essence of cold and fire, whatever that is. I guess that's... Yeah, no, it specifies arrows specifically, so that's interesting. Not sure what else it would do, but beyond that, there's that. Got a whole bunch of crops here worth grabbing, so we'll just grab these. There we go. Nice. Whole bunch of herbs, never a bad thing. We can go over to this end here. Quickly, pillage what we can here. Let's see, what has this got? Yeah, nothing. Nothing worth grabbing anyways. Alright. From here, we go into the house. We are gonna be fighting here, so let's brace for the worst. Alright. Here we go. Okay. Holy. Ow. There we go. Nice try in using a potion. I'll take all of those. Your gear is worth it. Alright, we'll grab everything that isn't nailed down, that's for sure. There we go. There's a... Grab those. Beer and milk. Grab that. Doesn't hear that there's anything beyond that. Just a whole bunch of random stuff. Okay. Glass bottles, spirit, garlic, ale, cider. And none of that's really good. Anything in here? No, just a bed. Alright. Essence of Cold increases damage and deals cold damage. There's also fire as well, which allows arrows to get that benefit. Howl of the Waning Moon increases mana regeneration. And it increases mana regeneration by 50% when mana is below a certain threshold, which can be nice. Drop the mug, and the rest we keep. Pretty much it. We've cleared out the area, and it's nice and ready for us. At least for the individual that we are helping get this for. We will go over to deal with Silent Scylla, I suppose. That will be our next target. But not before we, of course, get more iron ore. There we go. Before we do that, though, I'm going to drop down here, see if there's anything worth grabbing. The blueberry, yeah. Here's some crates. Yeah, nothing beyond that. Here. Nope. Random trash. Anything down here? Not that I can see. Part. Anything down this dock here? I think there would be, but never hurts to check. Nope. Alright. So here's what we'll do. We'll warp back past over to here to go over there. I want to go over there specifically because I do believe that there is a shrine that we can go target. So getting it early wouldn't be a bad idea. We're basically just going to go down the coast here. Hello. There we go. Drop the fisherman tunic. There we go. Don't need that. I guess we set up a bonfire and see what we got. We can level up here. We're just going to level up our endurance. That's going to increase our damage output significantly because of the armor perks, increasing it. From there, I believe we were going into practicality. We're going to gain an extra point of armor, so that way we can aim for the best defense, which will deal additional 20% of our armor as damage when attacking with melee weapons. And getting that early is going to increase our damage threshold by an insane amount. Really, I should have aimed for that earlier, but I didn't think at the time, so mistake on my part. But the thing that we want is over there. That's another shrine that's going to increase our critical damage, I believe. And healing done, so that is another thing. But the more important thing is going down here. Well, not as important, but there is a thing here, so we'll grab it while we can. So going down here, there's a keeper. There is a few ore veins we can just climb through. It's probably the safest spot, really. Take that. We get an origin potion for our troubles as well, which is nice. Origin potions are basically a skill and stat reset, so that's nice. Obtaining a bunch of them is worth it, at the very least, if you want to change your build on the fly. So if you're not satisfied with your build, grabbing it isn't a bad idea. But I'm grabbing it solely because it is useful. 5% incoming healing and crit damage is pretty good. We'll sacrifice Word Plasm because we can. We get the Robes of the Waning Moon for our troubles. At the very least, getting each one for crit damage is always going to be nice, so definitely invest your time to grab them, whether you like them or not. Okay, and with that, we've basically explored everything. That said, we are going to have to cross down around here, so we'll just make a quick attempt to cross here with relative ease. Okay. And I guess in the meantime, we can talk with some people here. Ignore you. Talk with you as well. Here we go. Save. Hey.
What do you want? Who are you?
Hagen asked me to speak with you. He said something gotten into you.
Huh. Guess he's got nobody else to get pissed with. Finley never liked drinking alone with him. Tainted tends to get into one of his moods. And? What? That's all? You're bothering me just because that old rascal is sitting alone in the inn with nobody to natter to. You people, bugger off.
Right. Okay, so we won't be able to figure that out, but we can talk with Finley, I suppose, figure out what's what. There's a few things here this guy has, but he won't let us take them.
Buy something or bugger off. Unless you've already bought from Orla. Then just bugger off.
What's this about Orlaf?
I wouldn't mind knowing that myself. She stole a lucrative business contract out from under me and my family, then made herself at home here. Damn those Timberwall merchants. Everyone's always yammering about Timberwall. Timber this, timber that. Bugger them all. Remember, good business, only with Connacht. Fair prices, no bullshit.
What contract?
I just told you. A business contract. It's an agreement. Two sides. One sells, the other pays. Sometimes you can also exchange material goods. A barter transaction. But anyway, it fell through. The captain'd rather deal with that woman. Good riddance to him. Well, it's all water under the bridge now.
You're from Connacht.
Yes, Connacht. From a merchant family, to be specific. Though I've always wanted to join the Royal Geographers. To chart the uncharted. But I broke my leg. Badly enough that I couldn't travel anymore.
How did you end up here?
After the accident, I was stuck at home, sitting on my ass and looking after the books. It was driving me crazy. Not what I wanted from life. When that contract I told you about fell through, I stayed here for a bit. Lost track of time. My brother got worried, so he came looking for me. I told him I'm not going back empty-handed. So he said we might as well do business here then. He helped me set up the shop, then left for home.
Royal Geographers.
You've never heard of them? They're a guild of explorers, dating back to the Age of Legends. They travel across Avalon, documenting all the lost and forgotten places, crawling through hidden caves, discovering old ruins. That's what LSA and I dreamed of, though only one of us got to live it.
Who's LSA?
Well, a friend from back home. It was a long time ago. We were both snot-nosed kids who didn't know any better. We'd run around Connacht, drawing maps of every corner we could find. And on the farms, LSA insisted on marking every stone in the fields. My mother used to get on my ass for wasting so much paper and charcoal. Good times.
What happened to him?
She got in with the geographers, started running errands for them. Well, it was right after my accident. I might have acted a bit rashly. Said some things I shouldn't have. You know how it goes. We stopped talking, and then she'd left Connacht. Haven't seen her since.
What's the most unexpected thing about this place?
First thing I did when I arrived was ask the locals what this village is called. And they just said, wait for it, the village. There's also a sunken village nearby. So I asked them what that one was called, and they said, the sunken village. So I asked what it was called before it was flooded, and they told me, the village. How do you even work with that?
No idea. How long have you had your business near the Horns of the South?
Long enough to know what sells. Not that I'd mind having a wider selection of goods, you know. Some more options on offer. But people here don't need much, so what you see is all I have. Then there's the refugees. For now, I guess they're good business. But long term, doubt it. Sooner or later they'll run out of money. They don't have any way to earn it since no one wants them here. They'll get kicked out, or they'll just leave and not come back. But there'll be others around to keep the businesses running, more or less.
Let's see. Let's see what you got. You've got, food, I suppose. You got a spyglass, fishing rod. I suppose lockpicks are good, if only to, train. Or use to train, rather. We can sell some of this, random stuff here. I mean, we're coming in with some profit here, so that's not bad. Sell one of the longbows at the very least. Sell the wooden arrows, because they're always going to be useless. Knight's helmet. Ooh, right. So the Knight's gear is going to be an interesting choice here. It increases max stamina. If we could reduce our stamina costs, it wouldn't be a bad idea, but... We're better off just keeping the Revenant Cowl, because we can use that for, increased damage. Ideally, damage output is more important in general, so... we want to increase that as much as possible. And I guess we'll talk with Finley next, because that is part of the quest line. Oh, 1 second. Alright, I'm going to take a small 5-minute break. I'm just going to grab dinner, and then I will be back shortly. So, I'm just going to exit out of this conversation and be right back for a bit. See you guys in a bit. Okay, apologies for the delay. I'm back. I just sped through eating, so yeah. You're taking care of the old builder. Yes, okay. Do you know what's wrong with him? Okay. I mean, you must know more since you're so close. Does this have something to do with his son? No? Okay. Does Dara visit him often? No. Okay. Did they have a fight? Yes. A solemn yes. We're doing well. Was it a long time ago? No. Okay. Do you know what it was about? I don't know. Finley, you know them both well. You must know what happened. Did they fight anything about anything related to work? Yes. Okay. Something to do with his disability, I presume. Yes. Something to do with the workers? No. Something to do with construction? I don't know. Okay. Will Goban ever tell me about it? No. A solemn no, even. Is there anyone else who knows about what happened? I don't know. Could the quartermaster tell me about the incident? No. Okay. Could Dara tell me more? Yes, okay. Thanks for everything. Is there anything I can do for you? No. Okay. Alright, that's, that situation. Tacton told me about you and Berg. Why aren't you drinking together anymore? I don't know. Okay. I need you to be more precise. Do you know what happened to Berg? Yes. He was too upset to talk. Did something happen recently? No. It wasn't a recent event. So it was something from his past. Yes. Where can I learn more about what happened? I don't know, okay. Will Tag and tell me more? No. So I assume I can learn more outside the woods. Yes. Can you point me in the right direction? Yep. Okay. And he points on the map and gets us a, an idea of where to go. Finley's been really helpful. He's a nice guy. We still gotta repair the village, but alas, there isn't really anything to do beyond what we've done thus far. So, yeah, all we gotta do now is just head back. We can't really do anything with the things that we collected thus far, so there's that. We'll leave him to his own devices, and what we want to do is we want to just turn in the quest and go from there. Might as well. Hello?
You're back! Hi!
I got this documents. You're right, there's no problems.
I told you, Ron is a good guy. And here's a little something for you. You know I pay well.
To be honest, Ron was a bit confused.
Yes? What's the matter, my friend?
Well, you're dead.
You're really good at this today. Wait. Oh. Oh, you're serious. I understand. For so many years, I've been afraid to open this letter. But it looks like I needed to read it. Well, it is what it is, right? And I've been wondering why no one wants to talk to me. I thought to myself, are they mad at me or what? But
Why are you talking to me? How can you see me?
I wish I knew, to be honest.
Anyway, may the All-Mother bless your path. See you next time.
Right, right. Is there anything worth seeing here?
Not exactly. You've already been to Ron's Tavern, so you've seen one. But since we're mates now, I suppose I can tell you about something. Listen closely. A few of us had a little gambling ring. Not to brag, but I was quite good at it. The winnings aren't much use to me anymore, so if you're interested, I'll tell you where I stashed them. Here. Just mind the waves.
Who else did you play with?
Ooh, Ern, Armand, and Richt. Haven't seen them in a long while, so I've no clue what they're up to now. But I'd wager they've got their own stashes hidden somewhere too. Cunning bastards.
Do you like your time as Keeper?
Oh, yes. Great place, great people. And before I became a keeper, let me put it this way. I've done a lot more for a lot less. Here, you can always have a meal and some kind of shelter above your head. And that's something, isn't it? Sure, you can make more gold as a leader, but that comes with much more responsibility, my friend. Go on then. Fortune favors the bold. Or so they say.
Yeah, so they say. I'll take some of the wooden arrows, because we can. I'll have to go to the back here to grab them. Never hurts to grab some arrows. Never hurts at all. I guess we can pop this bit of wood here while we're here. No reason to not, after all. There we go. We want to go to the last voyage, so I guess we talk with the curator of the library next. That'll be our next objective there. Profits, it never hurt. Well, it's questing, so it never hurts to do. Guess we'll talk with might as well. Hello. I heard you have the logbook from the Araste. Is that true? Can I see it?
Do you mean the document with information about the course, weather, position, and speed of the ship, as well as all of the stops and other occurrences kept by the captain or the first mate? More specifically, the document from the bridge of the Andraste, which sank tragically in nearby waters in the year 513. Indeed, we have it. Please wait here.
Cool.
Here it is, though I doubt those records will tell you anything, since the weirdness surrounding Avalon made sailing impossible. The knowledge of the precepts of navigation has been forgotten.
So it's useless. There's no way to find the Araste.
Oh, no. We know that. You should have mentioned that you're looking for the wreck of the Andraste rather than the logbook. Every keeper knows that the Andraste was swallowed by the ocean. It's near what's currently known as Smuggler's Bay. Here, I'll mark it on your map.
Thank you. That's much appreciated. I'll read through the his random assortments of stuff later. There is lore to be had there, but nothing that's really going to be handy. It's more so just being nice to an old man, so... Or at least I haven't heard of any benefits from looking through those things, so... But learning about the individuals there isn't a bad thing. I guess in the meantime we can talk with him.
I thought about what you showed me. Thank you for trusting me.
Why'd sudden change? I thought you didn't believe me.
I heard rumors a long time ago, back when I was still an acolyte, about the sealed
pitch-black dungeons from which you could hear howling, rattling of chains, and other mysterious noises every night. The mere description of them could frighten a young man. Back then, I thought it was nothing but a tale to scare new adepts into obedience. But several years ago, a traveler came here. He was looking for information about his pregnant wife. She was supposed to go to the island asylum to treat the early symptoms of the Red Death, and we were already quite adept at suppressing those. No wonder her husband was hoping for her safe return, but if she never came back and vanished without a trace, well, it made me wonder. And now this letter. I've decided I can't keep turning a blind eye to what's been happening. It's against the word.
Katrin and her son died in the dungeons. I also saw their remains.
That's very bad. More evidence that both you and the letter are telling the truth. Her husband is probably around 50 years old now. He came from Quanacht. So if you ever meet him, please pass this information on to him. And assure him that old Regan from the Horns of the South offers any support he may need.
So, did you come to any conclusions?
Ah, yes. I wrote to the Prior to send another acolyte in my place. I told them I wanted to end my service and retire. But, well, in truth, I'll go to the Prior with the letter you gave me. It's time to honor the memory of Father Leon and bring this matter to an end. To do justice to all those suffering in torment in the island asylum. In the meantime, I am still at your service, my child. What can I do? Certainly.
As for what he has, nothing really sticks out. I mean, the most interesting is probably, like, the Impenetrable Shield, which is a good, buffer for a barrier. For us who suffer a lot from attacks, this is probably the most important tool for us. But we need spirituality, so honestly, probably not the thing that we want to grab at all. But if we're looking for a buff that will mitigate damage, it's probably for the best. I'm not going to be using it, so no point in doing so.
What a nice day.
Husband lives in Kunox. Probably tell him the truth about what happened. At least that's how I would go about doing things. We're gonna make some wood traps here. I believe we only need 2. And that'll cover all along the watchtower, I believe. I guess I can talk to, individual here about this, is what I would say if he didn't go to sleep. Let's go into our quests. I believe there's one for the seagulls. Eternal War, here we go. I should make 4 of them. Okay, so I need to make 1 more, essentially. Then I can start placing them around. Alright, handcraft. There we go. Now, I set the traps. Okay. We'll just do it for his sake. I don't think we're gonna be really gaining anything from it, but whatever. This is for our seagull man. That's 1. Okay. Do there. Okay.
Just keep your head down.
We'll ignore Seagull Boy for a bit. That way we can just quickly rush off over here. That's 2.
So...
Dude is, bonked out of his mind. We'll go over there, which is, where the third one stations. I'll make sure to keep training my agility, because we want to jump as much as possible. Okay, we go under here, set the third. And all we gotta do is just place the fourth, then we can talk with our seagull friend, and we will get a bunch of experience for that as well. Which is nice. I guess in our best interest, dexterity might be the way to go. That...
I have no choice but to defend myself. I wonder if...
For what? Jumping? I was just jumping across, I guess. I guess he got scared because I was about to... I might have been able to hit him, I guess? I don't know. Or he was scared. I don't know. Either which way.
The lesson
Hello.
and how did my traps work? Quite the technological marvels, aren't they?
I wouldn't know, but I set them up in the places you showed me.
That's what I like to hear. You are an invaluable first officer. But our work isn't done yet.
Yes, Commander. Awaiting orders.
We need to solve the seagull problem on Avalon once and for all. You'll search for their nests and destroy them without mercy. Burn the nests, shoot the parents. It's the only way to eradicate the evil for good.
That sounds extreme.
Serious times call for serious measures and decisive people. I see no other way.
Sure, I'll keep an eye out on nests.
The nests will keep coming back. But don't even think about giving up. Only consistency will save us. There will be less of them with time. You'll see. Go. Fulfill your mission, my brave first officer.
Yeah, it's a bit much. That's a bit much even for me. That's... If these were humans, these would be bordering war crime potential. Or at the very least, I feel like it would be. Which is not okay. Anyways. Chaotic antics from him aside, I suppose. That's something. Let's put some stuff away here. I mean, I could use the night gear instead of the traveler gear. That might be better for armor at the very least. While it wouldn't, it would increase our armor a little bit. Hold on. What's the weight? It'd be too much weight, I think. Well, maybe, actually. Hold on. That'll increase our rate. We're a bit overloaded weight-wise. Just by a tiny bit. If I take this off, that'll put us to heavy. I suppose for now we'll just leave the cloak off. And we'll stick with this. It's not ideal, but it's still better armor, so I can't really complain. There we go. That'll have to do for now. We'll put the Thunderous Greatbow away. And we'll just put all this away. Quickly, yeah, just get all this away. And we're just gonna quickly just put this here. Go. And let's see, what do we take here? I guess definitely take the Wolf Claw. And off we go. Alright, we'll leave these guys to their own devices for now. Alright, where do we go next here? Got a bit more time left, so I can do one more thing. Let's go deal with this quest here. The quest over here. This shouldn't be bad. There we go. Wolf Fangs coming in clutch. What's over here? Probably a bear, I would think, right? Yep. Let's see how we do against a bear, actually. I'm very curious. Hello. There we go, got him. Hey, dealt with the bear quite easily. That wasn't too bad. Surprisingly easy, even. We're gonna crack that one. We'll leave those guys to their own devices, because we want to go over here. We are, of course, wanting to get more wolves dealt with, so that is going to be on our agenda. Ooh, 2 hits on the on those guys. There we go. Hey. Yeah, these wolves are having a bit of a troublesome situation here. Okay, few things here, nothing too crazy. We just need to sleep here, so we're gonna save here, because it does matter, and we'll see what we run into. But, yeah, it's already predetermined what's gonna happen here, so that's gonna be fun. Hello, hello. Found myself in a strange area. Apple.
I'm hungry.
That's an ominous sound. But okay.
My sword will lay behind.
Okay, as far as I'm aware, there's not much in these areas when it comes to items. Heck are you? Okay, let's save here.
Come closer, please. Just for a brief moment. It won't hurt.
Who are you?
My name. In your language, it'll be Abhartak. I was imprisoned years ago by your king. Human, but inhuman at the same time. I suffer, I wither, I am defiled. They left me here to endure hunger and pain. I cannot bear this form. It is twisted and unbefitting of a four-dweller.
What did you do to Cold?
So you've come here to save that man? Fool! You cannot help him now. His humanity has been devoured. He has been freed from this pointless human existence. My death will change nothing. It has gone too far. Instead, let me taste your blood. You too shall be freed.
What do you want to do?
Let me taste your blood. I need just a little. Let me bite you.
Why do you want to bite me?
To ease the pain. Yours and mine. I need food, and you need a bit of care.
Oh, 1 second.
Humans are fragile. I can handle that.
Alright, give me a moment. I need to do something, but when I return, it shouldn't take me 2 minutes to do. Give me a sec. Okay, I am now back. Alright, Four Dweller. Fight me. Let's see what you do.
What a wonderful moment. It burns! Your blood anyone. It's foul. I can't take this anymore.
You're the one who wanted to bite. And as a result, I've technically slain the creature. Oh, 1 second. Apologies for that. I'm now back. Alright, but yeah, there's not much here aside from that, so yeah, we can just get that quest done, and as long as we get him to bite us, well, there you go. Simple as that. We are something more, and that's a hint as to what's going on. I don't know what we are, but we're certainly not human, that's for sure. There's that, dirge bell going on once more. Hunt for the weird deer. You know what? Maybe we'll make that our next objective. I'm gonna save here. And we're gonna wrap it up here. So, we've managed to do, obviously, a number of quests. We've managed to get to level 14. We're nearly level 15, even. We've managed to do quite a bit already thus far. What we'll probably do is we'll probably do a whole slew of quests here and there. But we're slowly clearing out the map, clearing out objectives here and there. A few things are going to be useful, some are not, but I digress. We're getting a lot done. Next stream, what we're probably going to be doing is we're probably going to deal with the hunt for the weird deer. Obviously, we're going to need to level up and get more damage output. But the more damage output we do with armor value, the better. So we're going to start really hitting like a truck eventually, which is going to be nice. But I digress. We're making significant progress all the same. But I digress. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I know I did. And I will see you guys next stream. Take care, everybody, and have a good day.